Good morning, darts fans, and welcome to the Online Darts Live League for Wednesday. It's Champions Week, and this will be the climax of Group A today. One place is up for grabs for Saturday night's Champions Week finals in Phase 4. I wonder who it's going to go to, and the next 15 matches will tell us who. We're going to start with one of the chasers in Kevin Benness against Martin Adams. Currently, it is Gary Stone at the top of the Group A table after a very good day yesterday. You can see that he's got a one-game buffer over Kevin Burnett and Jared Cole. But Richie Burnett is not out of it yet. But you'd have to say that Martin Adams and Robert Owen, albeit not out mathematically, will be eliminated from the possibility of getting to the top spot probably in the next hour or two. Because you would fancy that the winner is going to come from the top four.
First leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
But the third meeting of these players this week will see us wrap up Group A. And it should be a fairly good climax, I'd say, because even though yesterday
140.
the overall standard went down by around half a point, it was still very good.
140.
We had 40 maximums yesterday as opposed to Monday's 46, which was a Group A daily record. We had the same amount of ton plus checkouts yesterday as opposed to Monday.
100.
That was 7. And the overall average was 89.51, which
100.
Considering how things have gone in Phase 4, that's a very good standard. It's around about a 4 to 5% rise on the overall standard of all the players that have played over the last 4 and a bit weeks.
140.
But as far as first legs are concerned, this looks fairly sharp.
41. Martin, you require 121.
Adams has got no reason to feel edgy today, unless he wins all of his matches and he gets a crazy run of results
57.
for the chasing pack. He is going to play in either Group B or Group C over the next couple of days to try and book his place into the finals.
60. Martin, you require 64.
But he could bank the first leg on the throw with a tidy 64 here. 2 16s. We'll give him that.
48. Kevin, you require 160.
He would assume he's coming back. He assumes right.
85.
Well, Beness is going to have to fire pretty
Martin,
hard.
you require 60.
Come leg 2. But first, Martin's got to take care of this double 8.
Game shot.
Good
on the
shot
first leg.
to take that
Martin
first leg
Adams.
in 18 darts. Just a little bit of doubt was starting to creep into my mind there. I don't know what it was like for Martin. But he does take the first leg, and it's now up to Kevin to equalise.
Second leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Kevin, the biggest 180 hitter of the week. He's got 21 of them. Next challenger, or
140.
challengers, are Richie Burnett and Martin Adams on 16.
100.
The best running average of the week goes to Kevin Benness with 92.77.
45.
A fair bit of that is attributed to the fact that he's got a couple of ton plus averages this week. 103.66 and, of course, an average of over 101. Funnily enough, both of those have come against Robert Owen.
100.
One of only 2 players to have registered a
85.
3-figure average this week, but I sneakily suspect that we're going to get more of them today. Some of these players are coming in as champions of certain weeks. Martin from week 3, so he had a week off in between
41.
winning that week and coming here for Champions Week. Whereas Kevin Came through second in week 4, meaning that he hasn't really had a break.
140.
He's in the middle of a 2-week spell. He'll be hoping he's going all the way to the end on Sunday morning.
140. Kevin, you require 91.
74 left with 2. And he's now got to look over his shoulder a little bit. There's a bit of a giggle in my voice there because that single 20 was almost a treble, which would have bust his 91. Double top will bust the chances of Beness taking leg 2.
100.
That break opportunity has slipped
Kevin,
by.
you require 40. Game shot on the second
And then it goes
leg.
for Kevin Burness for a
Kevin
16-dart
Burness.
hold there. He did have to dodge one from Martin Adams, who missed tops to get that 2-0 lead. But Benness, at 2 points adrift of Gary Stone, really has to keep pace with him.
Martin to throw first. Game on.
Gary plays his first match of the day next against Robert Owen, who is in a very similar position to Martin in the table. In the basement at 6 points.
100.
So Benness and his ideal scenario at the start of today would be getting a win against Martin for the 3rd day in succession, because he's beaten him on Monday and Tuesday. And then Robert Owen doing him a favour in taking Gary Stone out in match 1 for them today. You could say that's wishful thinking. If in doubt,
83.
just win all 5 of your games today, Kevin. That would include, of course, a win over Gary Stone, and it should be good enough to get through.
100.
The only way it wouldn't be good enough is if Gary Stone wins 4 of the 5 and gets a larger leg difference. In separating the players in the table, it's not just points.
140.
We will look at leg difference. If that can't be separated, we'll look at legs 1. And if in the unlikely event that that is level, we'll look at the head-to-head record. And if it does come to that, that will be the separator, because you can't have an equal head-to-head record in Group A. It has to be 3-0 or 2-1 either way.
35.
Kevin has got a chance to break here. It's a much improved scoring leg here from Kevin.
96.
Looking
Martin,
good for him.
143.
Looking better now that Martin is not going to take the 143. Last time he was on tops,
135.
he got rid of it immediately.
Kevin, you require 40.
He needs the same.
$20.
And that is a mistake.
Martin,
a mistake that he could rue, but you have to give Martin Adams a lot of credit. He put huge pressure on from that 143 position. That's quite inviting.
No score.
But it didn't go the right side of the barrel.
Kevin, you require 20.
Bit of a let-off there for Kevin. The second time in the match he's had it, and the second time he has made an advantage pay for it. 2-1 up now with a break. Now he's got to shoot forward and try and get to 3-1 to give himself some breathing space.
4th leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
All matches, of course, best of 7, as per usual. But the one thing that's different in Champions Week is how you progress in the week.
180.
In the Group A table. Number 1 position, of course, goes to the finals, as per usual. We've just seen the first maximum of the match from Kevin. That is his 22nd of the week. But positions 2, 3 and 4 go through to Group B, which is Thursday and Friday night.
137.
The bottom 2 in the group, which is currently Martin Adams and Robert Owen, they would play in Group C, which is a 6-player group, like this one, and would be over the course of Thursday and Friday morning.
95.
Beness has played well in this match. Very well indeed.
94.
Averaging 99 at the start, which is very reminiscent of what we've seen in the first match the last couple of days. Robert Owen in match 1 on Monday averaged 99. As we get Martin's first 180. Yesterday, Gary Stone
90.
averaged 99 in his first match of the day in match 1. Is that in?
54.
It was. With that lie, he'll be
Martin,
very disappointed he didn't take the 3-1 lead. Well, he's got a bit of a sighter on double 18. He's just got to find it again.
45. Kevin, you require 36.
2 9s. Difficult switch across the board. And a difficult lie.
18.
There you see why we call that a difficult lie
Martin,
for a
you
flat
require
dart.
101.
Because it skews off into no man's land. But Martin's not able to take a 5-visit break.
49.
And Kevin does have
Kevin,
another
you
opportunity.
require
When he's
18.
had a second bite at it, he has not missed.
Game
And
shot
he
on the
doesn't
fourth
miss
leg.
this one
Kevin
either
Burnett.
as well. 3-1 it is to Kevin Benness. And this is going to be bad news for Gary Stone because it looks like he's going to have company on 14 points.
Fifth leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
All the reading for Kevin Burness is good. He's got the best overall game performance. He's got the best running average. He's got the most 180s.
45.
However, he is towards the bottom when it comes to doubles percentage. So that does need a little bit of brushing up.
137.
And he does have the lowest 3-figure checkout of the week, funnily enough, with only 100 as his high out. He does have the most 11 darters this week, which is the most impressive leg we've had.
78.
The players without an 11 darter, Jared Cole and Martin Adams. Everybody else has got at least one of them.
54.
How far south can Martin get?
81.
Not far enough, and Beness is only a 140 away from a finish.
100.
Sometimes those darts of Kevin can get a bit whippy. It's an action that is quite lateral. And by that I mean there's a little bit of side to side in it when it comes to body movement.
27.
His throw is all about timing. His rhythm is brilliant. But when that right shoulder just comes through a tad,
138.
sometimes he can follow through with the body to his left and snatch the dart to his left. But if he tempers that well, that's when we see the best of Kevin Burness.
118.
Good recovery from Martin there.
Kevin, you require 72.
Burness is in for the match potentially. First dart at tops.
Game,
That's all he
shot,
requires.
and the match.
A good sign for Kevin
Bennett.
Burness in the first match as he gets his 3rd win of the week against the former England captain. Great, that is Martin Adams. A 92.28 average. A very solid start. And a message has been sent to Gary Stone. 36% on the doubles. That's a little bit down on what he's done over the course of most of his matches this week. But it is a slight improvement on his overall stats. So, match 2 coming in. It is Gary Stone. He's looking to re-establish now that 2-point gap at the top. Gary Stone has got some company at the top of the Group A table in the shape of Kevin Benness now. So what will we get from the Scotsman, who still sits atop the table, but only on leg difference now, as he sports the Scotland blue today with the tartan sleeve and the tartan back.
He's up against Robert Owen. Throw first. Game on.
Who sits at the very basement of the table with Martin Adams. He has now gone to 5th position without throwing a dart because of Adams' lesser leg difference now. But you would say from this position, it's unlikely that Robert Owen will be outside
100.
the bottom two unless he has a very, very good day.
100.
He did have a decent day on Monday, scoring 6 points. At that point, he was thinking, I'm in the mix for getting through this group.
100.
But unfortunately for Robert yesterday, no points gained from 5 matches, and that is why he was at the foot of the table. He did say he had a bit of a stiff shoulder yesterday.
60.
That's one of the pitfalls of being a dart player. Unfortunately, it happens a lot.
$91.
But it doesn't get much more difficult than playing the league leader in your first game. And if indeed Gary Stone does get a
100.
win, a 3rd consecutive win against Robert Owen this week, then the gap between top spot and bottom spot will be 10 points.
100.
Which is exactly
Robert,
what is up for grabs for each player today. 5 games, 2 points per game, of course, per win. You don't get any points for a loss.
129.
Nice
Gary
lead there from
110.
Robert Owen. So Gary Stone needing this. He's just got to stay positive today. Pick his spots
50.
and stay on what he's been doing the last couple of days.
12.
Double 6. Got to go high.
Game shot.
Perfect
on the first
shot.
leg. Robert Owen.
With the way his darts sit in the board, there is no way he was going to hit the bottom half of that double 6. So he aimed high, perfectly pitched shot, and a 1-0 lead.
Second leg, it's Gary to throw first.
Yeah, Gary's last couple of days, incredibly consistent.
96.
He did rise, average-wise, by about 3% yesterday, which was very impressive, but it wasn't good enough to win the individual table for Tuesday. That was won by Jared Cole.
140.
Somewhat under the radar yesterday. And here's a stat for you. Gary Stone won 8 points
100.
yesterday with a running average of 93.22, the best running average of the day. Jared Cole won the daily table with the 2nd worst
97.
average of 85.96. So if you're a young dart player and you're a little bit obsessed with averages, there's the
100.
proof that you just need to forget about them. But getting 6 points on Monday and 8 yesterday, that is why Gary Stone was top.
29.
A very impressive couple of days. I think that maybe he's going to need an 8-point day
85.
to get to 22 to progress to the finals on Saturday. 6 points and he gets to 20. It's going to be very, very close.
60. Gary, you require 120.
This is better. Tops.
100.
Very well thrown, all 3. He does have the banker of another visit.
135. Gary, you require
Visit that needs
20.
to pay off. Oh, no.
No score.
He has every right to
Robert,
feel angry
40.
with himself right now, because that is an invitation to Robert Owen to find a break.
Game
And
shot
it's a
on the
break
second
he
leg.
takes in 16
Robert
darts. Oh, what is that going to do for Gary Stone's confidence early in the day? Because Robert Owen has got no pressure on him, and he's someone who can fly when he's got no pressure on him.
First. Game on.
Gary's got to take that on the chin and move
120.
I've always said, as a dart player, especially in group format, you've got to have a good chin.
99.
There are going to be times when you make mistakes. There are going to be times when things don't go your way. The better you can take them, the greater the player you can
60.
be.
140.
Over the last couple of days, he's had no problem in beating Robert Owen. Yesterday it was a 4-2 victory and a very
85.
good performance from Gary Stone. 99.57 the average. And he started the day with two averages very close to 100.
180.
But he finds his first 180, and the first 180 of the match, possibly at just the right time.
123.
Robert almost answers him.
Gary, you require 82.
Really does need to just get rid of this, and it will banish the memory of the last leg.
62.
And he's left the same double that he
Robert, you
scuppered
require 130.
in that leg. 94 left. So can Gary Stone put it right?
57. Gary, you require 20.
Double five.
Game shot.
Beautiful
on the
DARTS.
leg.
And that
Gary
will be a
Stone.
little bit of relief for Gary. Not just because of what happened in leg two, but getting that on the third dart on double five. It's one of two emotions. It's relief
Fourth
or it's
leg, it's Gary to
really
throw
a little bit of
first.
passion.
Game on.
The passion I'm referring to is when Gedwin Price won the world title on double five. But there was a tinge of relief
58.
on that one as well. It was a beautiful guide for that double five. He didn't really need it.
140.
As for their game on Monday, that was the game that saw Gary hit a 170 checkout.
140.
Again with a 4-2 victory. And what he would give for a 4-2 victory in this one after being 2-0 down.
100.
Going south on 303, the correct thing to do. He's going to leave a finish.
133.
And look what he's left. I've just mentioned it. Superb from Owen to leave 121 after 9.
170.
But, hang about. He's on it again. Oh, it was going to be the same
145.
opponent for the same shot.
Robert, you require 121.
Superb effort from the Scotsman. And he's going to get a look at the 25 as well
57.
to extinguish
Gary,
that gap
require
that was created at the
25.
start of the match by the Welshman. Double 12.
Game shot on the
Very,
fourth
very well
leg.
done from Gary
Stone.
Stone. I think he's starting to grow in confidence, not just in this match, but maybe in his career, because in previous times he
Fifth
would have
leg, it's
crumbled
Robert to throw
after what happened
first.
in leg two.
Game on.
I've seen Gary play for the best part of 10 years. And there have been
140.
in-game fragilities. Like there have been with most players. They take something on the chin and they can't handle
100.
it. But this week, he has taken a few shots and he has bounced back better than I've ever seen him. That's probably the best compliment I can pay Gary Stone right now. We do associate steeliness and a resilience
83.
with Scottish dart players like Robert Thornton, Gary Anderson, John Henderson, and indeed Peter Wright, and some others from yesteryear. But I'd have to say that maybe that wasn't associated with Gary a few years ago. But now he's starting to show that quality.
100. Robert, you require
might need it again.
85.
Because Owen, who's averaging 98 here, is on an 11 darter.
Game shot
And
on
that
the
is an
fifth
11
leg.
darter.
Robert
Wonderfully
Owen.
done. It's not his first 11 darter of the week, but it may be his best.
Sixth leg, it's Gary to throw first.
Not that there's a bad 11 darter. But of course, when you
100.
don't miss one shot in the leg, they always feel a little bit sweeter. If you're on double 18 per se, after 9 darts and you miss the double 18, you get the 11. They don't feel as nice
180.
as the ones where you take out 81 with 2 darts. And Robert Owen,
100.
who has just scored his first maximum of the contest, is putting Stone under all sorts of pressure here. And this table
86.
is possibly wide open after this and the next match, if indeed Owen gets the victory,
57.
and maybe if Richie Burnett or Jared Cole win the next one, because they're both in the race. It'll be even tighter if Bennett wins.
180.
But look at that from Owen. He's on a second consecutive 11 darter.
125.
The average has
Robert, you
rocketed.
require 55.
Different player today to yesterday. And that is a brilliant, brilliant performance from Robert Owen. I think Gary Stone, as disappointed as he will be with losing that by 4 legs to 2, will just have to say, in the last 2 legs, he was way too good for me. I'm just checking over his overall stats here. And, of course, Stone, 100.5 is his best average. He hasn't got anywhere close to that. But Robert Owen, that is his best performance here all year long, with 104.31 and 67% on the doubles. No pressure on him, so watch out for those performances for the rest of the day. But what's going to happen in Game 3? Because both of them are in the mix now, especially as Jared Cole is only 2 points behind. Hello and welcome back, and thanks for rejoining us for game number 3 of today's online darts live league Champions Week Group A action. Things are getting very interesting with that defeat for Gary Stone from Robert Owen, who has just had the performance of the week so far. But Richie Burnett and Jared Cole in the sandwich of the table, right in the middle portions, have to make their move early. They can join the party with a win.
First leg, it's
to
Richie
start
to throw
their
first.
Wednesday.
Game on.
You'd have to say that maybe this is a more important game for Richie, being 4 points adrift of the top spot. He's afforded less mistakes
60.
today. But Jared with a win would get his 3rd win of the week against Richie, and indeed join Gary Stone and Kevin Beness on 14 points.
58.
Of the 4 players currently in contention, it is Jared Cole who has the worst leg difference at +1.
180.
But for Richie Burnett, that is his 17th 180 of the week. For what seems like
29.
the first time in my opportunity of being in the commentator's chair, Richie Burnett is not the biggest 180 hitter. That belongs to Kevin Beness right now, unless Richie goes a little bananas today.
140.
Which is entirely possible. He's still got it. And he has shown it, especially in his last match of the day, the last 2 days, which he has won
100.
both times
Richie require
against the undefeated player in the day by 4 legs to 0. So if he's in position, he's going to go for it, is he?
81.
Oh, he didn't. Interesting. Why go 51 if you're not planning on going for the bull? But, like I was saying, if indeed he is in
100.
position
Richie
for a chance
require
coming into his
40.
last match, he could well be the man to back.
Game shot
Double
on the
top,
first leg.
and Richie Burnett makes
Burnett.
not a hot start, not a red hot start, it's a white hot start. That is a 13 darter and a definitive message to Jared Cole.
Second leg, it's Jared to throw first.
Jared has won a couple of tight games this week against Richie. 4 legs to 3 on Monday.
44.
But Jared did play really well, averaging 96.5 and hitting half of his checkouts. Not as convincing yesterday, even though he won by a larger scoreline, averaging 82.
55.
It was a bit of a scrappy game.
$59.
Jared's main problem this week has been his first game of the day. He has not won either of them.
80.
And he has lost them both heavily. Lost 4-1 to Robert Owen on Monday in game 1. And then he lost to Gary Stone by 4 legs to 0 yesterday in game 1.
81.
So at least with this one, he's playing in game 3, so he's had a bit of extra practice time to try and put it right. Is it a case of Jared
60.
getting a slow start? Or is it a case of people having good starts against him? You look at the way that Richie's played so far, and the way the other 2 guys played against him the last 2 days.
45.
I'd have to say that it's because his opponents have played well. Both people have averaged 99 against him, but he has responded on both days, especially yesterday, where after losing to Gary Stone 4-0, he did not lose a match after that. And that's why he's in the position he's in. He hasn't played well so far in this match.
50.
And it looks like he might go down 2 legs to 0 the same way that Gary Stone was down to Robert Owen.
137.
Splendid approach from the Welshman, who continues to impress in his 55th year.
96.
55th year on the planet, of course, just to clarify
Richie
that. Not his
requires
55th year in the
74.
Online Darts Live League. We're only 2 years old. Double top to double the lead.
Game shot on the second leg.
Not missing
Richie
doubles,
Burnett.
and this is a very, very tidy beginning to what could be one of those challenges that we see from Richie Burnett on a Wednesday where he could
Third leg,
possibly
it's Richie to
steal the
throw
playoff
first.
spot.
Game on.
He will know where he stands. He's wily. He will know what he has to do. There have been groups in the past
85.
where he has said to himself, I need to win all my games today, otherwise I'm not going to qualify. And what has he done on days like that? He has won all of his games.
60.
He is taking advantage of a slow start from Jared Cole, and he is playing well.
$100.
But not only does Richie Burnett need to play well today to get himself in the mix, he may need some help,
57.
particularly from Adams and Owen, who are behind him. Even if Richie does win all of his games today, that would only get him to 20 points. Now, will 20 points be enough? I'm not sure. I think 22 will get you through. So in order for Richie to get through on 20, he's got to be perfect, and he needs a favour. Maybe more than one.
43.
This has just been a little bit of a flat leg for him in the scoring stakes. Jared's starting to get something together,
94.
albeit slowly. Terrific last start, because that
Jared
gets him to a one treble out.
150.
This is 2. So the chance is already gone.
56.
But if this goes,
Richie
you
requires
just don't sense a way back for Jared. Straight down that line, just a little bit less air.
60.
Doesn't get there, but this is tricky.
Jared
What does Jared do?
94.
Great first start. Double top.
Game shot on
Magnificent
the
94
Jared
checkout from
Cole.
Jared Cole, because if he misses that, you fancy the man who's been perfect on his double so far in this match so far is not going to miss. Well, he hasn't
Fourth
missed
leg,
as
it's
soon as he
Jared
gets to the
throw
double,
first.
and he's now back in the match at 2-1 down.
59.
As far as Jared Cole is concerned, he's had a bit of an up and down couple of days.
180.
Maximum number 2 for Richie in the match. But Jared yesterday, there was a lot of chatter about Gary Stone and Kevin Beness and some others coming into
45.
Tuesday, but sneakily yesterday Jared topped the daily table with 8 points and a leg difference of +5. So maybe there's some proof there that
60.
Jared can win without making headlines. Now in week 2 he made all the headlines by winning 10 straight games on Monday and Tuesday,
93.
and then picking up another couple of wins on the Wednesday to solidify a Group A victory. It was indeed Richie Burnett that he beat in the in the finals
100.
final that week. And Jared almost cantered to victory,
60.
whereas Richie really did it the hard
Richie
way.
require
Through Group A,
161.
through Group B, and the hard way through the finals. But the main thing is right now is that they're both here with the same goal.
129.
It doesn't really matter how they got here now. It's about what they do now, not what they've done before.
125.
It's a very unlucky 5 for
Richie
Jared.
require
It leaves a
32.
horrible looking 119, but it may not matter.
16.
But it does matter. Instead of sitting
Jared
on
require 119.
104, he's sitting on 119. He's not going to get a shot at tops either.
59. Richie,
So Richie's
requires
had 3
60.
darts at a double in this leg. He's missed them all. But he doesn't miss a 5th. And he's 3-1 up now, improving that leg difference, which today was already quite impressive. That may be the one thing that he can clutch onto that might get him over the line today.
First. Game on.
Yes, he started at +8. And that was better than everybody else.
100.
Gary Stone currently sits at +7. Kevin Beness is at +6. And if Burnett gets a win
60.
here, he'll be within 2 points of the top with the greater leg difference. But Richie's got a bit of a weight to his next match, which is against Gary Stone.
100.
Jared doesn't have as long to wait as he plays Martin Adams in Game 5. But you just look towards the end of today's
100.
schedule, which could be the key game. Could it be Beness versus Bennett in match 15, the last game of the group? Could it be Gary Stone against Jared Cole in match 13?
81.
Or could it be something before that? And Jared's not going to give up. He will believe he can wrap off 3 straight legs here to nick a victory. But you would fancy Richie to get the job done from 220 here in 6.
100. 97.
This one's gotten away from Jared a little bit,
Richie require
but
120.
he's clinging on. 60 needed and not found.
55. Jared, you require
Surprised
104.
he pulled that one so far left. But this, again, is to stay in the match.
72.
The line was good, it just ran out of power.
Richie requires 65.
2 darts for the match.
Game,
And it's there.
shot,
So
and
Jared
the
Cole
match.
has been
Richie
reeled in
Burnett.
by 4 legs to 1. That is Richie's first victory against JC this week. And boy, is that an impressive one. It's a good average. But the most important thing is he got the victory and he got the 2 points. Successful on the checkouts. A couple of his checkouts were after misses, but the early start of that game in the first 2 legs, that's what gave him the confidence, I feel, with 100% in the first 2 legs. So he's on 12 points with Jared Cole now, with Benness and Gary Stone on 14. How will things progress as we go into match 4, which is Kevin Burness against Robert Owen after he got the best performance of the week in the group in his last match? Well, if you think darts is predictable, well, you're wrong. Because let's look at Robert Owen for the last couple of days. He's had some scratchy performances, but he started Wednesday with an absolute bombshell, taking out the league leader. What's he going to do to the person who was in second, Kevin Benness? It is possible, of course, for Robert Owen to get to 16 points in this table, and maybe his motivation is to get outside of the bottom two, which would put him in a 5-person group on Thursday and Friday night, as opposed to a 6-person group, which will be for the next 2 mornings.
Kevin to throw first. Game on.
But this Group A table progresses into the second matches for these players on Wednesday. And both of these players started with a win.
140.
Kevin has closed the gap on Stone at the top.
60.
And that gap is only 1 leg of darts now. Couldn't really be closer.
60.
But the pressure doesn't go anywhere. It remains. But there is less pressure on this guy who finished his last match with 2 magnificent legs
140.
in 23 darts in total for 2 legs. That's some going. That is the reason why his average
60.
did indeed rocket to 104.31. Robert Owen is a fantastic player.
81.
And every now and again he proves it. Time will tell what he's done to Gary Stone's
60.
confidence. And Gary is probably thankful that he's not playing until game 6 against Richie Burnett. Give him a bit of time to recover after that humping in the last 2 legs of that contest.
180.
But it doesn't take long for Robert Owen to get his first maximum. And he's already got Kevin Beness in a bit of bother.
85. Robert, you require 40.
Tops for a 13-darter.
Game shot on the
Very,
first
very
leg.
good. He's just not
Robert Owen.
stopping. He is in the zone right now. And if he keeps this little sequence going, he started with an 11, then a 12. He's got a 13 now. Well, is the next one going to be 14?
Robert to throw first. Game on.
Not in consecutive legs, of course, because 2 were at the end of the previous match.
43.
But when you watch as much darts as I do, you start to notice some patterns.
140.
That was a valuable break of throw, though. And that's what you search for when you don't have the darts in a match. They don't have a bullseye shootout for the darts in every game.
134.
It's very fair over the course of the entire 3 days. Everybody gets the darts the equal amount of times.
100.
If he does have a miss, it has been the one this week. He's been pushing it a little bit. Whereas Kevin's miss tends to be to the left.
43.
But Owen has remained on course for a 2-0 lead. And there's that push again.
80.
But even when he pushes it, he recovers.
58. Robert, you require 123.
He's not going to get a 14-darter. But he probably doesn't care about that now. He's taking care of the 23.
43. Kevin, you
He will not be
require
best pleased
160.
with that effort.
$140. Robert, you
So if
require
Robert wants
80.
to keep this little trend going of winning consecutive legs, he's got to find double 10.
Game
And
shot.
I'm
on
not
the second
surprised to
leg.
see him hit double
Robert
10.
Owen.
He is full of beans, full of confidence, And he is going to be the ultimate spoiler today because he's not going to get through this group, in my opinion. But he's going to cause so many problems for the others. Benness has beaten Robert the last couple of days. And again, everybody beat Robert yesterday.
140.
It was a close battle yesterday, 4 legs to 3, but that doesn't really tell the story of the match. The head-to-head record of 2-0 to Benness does tell the story because
60.
Both of Kevin Burness's best performances this week have come against Robert Owen.
57.
His average on Monday in a 4-0 win was 103.66, which until Robert's 104.31 earlier was the best performance of the week.
51.
And then yesterday, Kevin put in 101.94. So far in this one,
140.
he's reverted to type a little bit. He's more towards his average for the week at around about the 91 mark.
94. Kevin, you require 74.
Just needs to stop the rot and find something that gets him started. Tops.
Game
And
shot
that's
on the
what he
third leg.
does.
Kevin Burness.
If he's doing that, finding last start double tops, I think people have got to watch out for him under pressure because he has been here quite a lot over the course of 2021. And he's been in many different pressure situations. He will know what to do when it comes to shots like that. This is match number 164 for the year. And he has won 112. Very impressive indeed. Win percentage of almost 70%.
85.
And looking at the overall stats for the entirety of the year, Kevin Burness is the most impressive.
190.
And he is, of course, the biggest 180 hitter of the week. His running average, funnily enough,
123.
is the only one in this group for the entire year which is over 90. All 5 players in pursuit of him today are just under 90 when it comes to the average. But to average over 30
81.
per dart for 164 matches, what does that tell you about Kevin Burness right now? Well, this tells us he's on tops.
Game
and that tells us it's 2-2 all of a sudden.
Bennett.
So Robert Owen's little streak of legs is stopped at 4, and then he's lost 2 in a row. So that 82 checkout gives us a game.
5th leg, it's Kevin to throw first.
And these two do not hang about.
94.
On top of the overall stats for the year, which I've just mentioned for Kevin, with the biggest win percentage, the biggest running average, he's also got the most impressive
43.
doubles stats as well. Over 37% for the year. And a high checkout of 161.
180.
I think he's become more of a complete player this year. And then there's another statistic. He's got the best individual performance of anybody in this group. The only person who's had a better individual average than him was Jason Askew
120.
in phase 1 with 118. Since then, the only person who's got close to that is Benness with 117.2.
100. Kevin, you require 107.
88 left. That leaves 72, and the treble 16's somewhat blocked, but he wants to go for it anyway.
83.
Good plan. Once again, Benness is averaging 3 figures against
80.
the Welshman.
Kevin, you require 24.
Double 12.
Game shot on the
Superb dart.
fifth
You
leg.
saw that
Kevin
little
Burnett.
jolt to the left because that flight was in the way from that flat dart. He opened up the bed with that step to the left, and that's a 14 darter, and the
Sixth leg,
average
it's Robert
keeps
to throw
climbing.
first.
Splendid from Robert.
180.
Fourth 180 of the match. And we are being treated to some wonderful games today already.
83.
High standard of play. Winning averages so far today of 92, 104. Albeit only 87 for Bennett, but it looked better than that. He's not back in the leg with that ton. And he may be thinking we're going all the way once again, like we did yesterday.
140.
Owen's not going to give up. And think about the way he closed out his previous opponent. He could do it again.
100. Robert, you require 60.
He's on for his second 11 darter of the day. Or his second 12.
40.
He'll have to settle for his second 13.
80.
Because he's had them all before.
Robert, you require 20.
Double 10, usually a favourite of his. Double 5.
15.
Oh, he won't like that at all.
Kevin, you require 138.
Nobody likes double 5. But people despise the single 5 left even more.
83. Robert, you require 5.
Just gets the single.
Game
And
shot
does
on the
get the double
leg.
1
Robert
with the third dart. So we are going all the way in this one. And I do believe, with what we've seen so far, that we deserve to see a final leg decider. So let's get cracking with it.
Seventh and final leg. It's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
It is hugely important to have the darts here.
60.
But no trebles on the start. Once again, Burness is better in the average against Owen.
45.
That has been the tail of the tape all week. He's been streets ahead in the stats.
60.
It could all count for nothing because this of their 3 meetings is the most important. If it's Owen who's going to get the victory,
140.
he's going to get the 10 points. And within 2 points of shared third spot, but that maximum from Beness is welcomed. His third of the game. What a time to find it.
99.
He's got the throwback. Oh, last darts. They are really helping him now. 104 away from a vital 2 points. And it would give him the top spot in the table back
Kevin,
for the first time in
104.
over 24 hours. Double 16.
Game,
Absolutely
shots,
magnificent. And you can
Kevin
see how
Bennett.
much that meant to him. It wasn't in the middle, but it didn't have to be. That second dart was wonderful. Really pure shot at the 54. But the double 16 is in as well. The 104 checkout, his biggest checkout of the week so far. And only his second ton plus checkout of the week. But a 99 average ensures that he has averaged over 100 against Robert Owen this week. So I don't know what Robert's done against him, but Kevin seems to find it against the Welshman. We're going to take a short break now before we come back for match 5, which will signal an end to the first third of our action. It is going to be Martin Adams against Jared Cole very shortly. everyone, and welcome back to the Online Darts Live League for Wednesday. It is Group A, of course, and it's now officially a 4-horse race as 2 players have now been mathematically eliminated from the possibility of making the top spot. One of them is about to play, and that is Martin Adams. Adams at the bottom on 6 points can no longer reach the summit. And Robert Owen with that loss, of course, to Kevin Benness, which sees him go back to the top. Robert Owen is out, but Benness is very much in it. So is Jared Cole,
First leg,
but he
Jared
can't afford a loss here.
Game on.
If indeed he does suffer a loss, he will be 4 points behind Kevin Burness with 3 matches to go.
140.
One of those games is indeed against Benness, and he does have Gary Stone as well in game 13.
140.
So maybe that's a good thing for Jared. But just to make things easier on himself a little bit later, get a win against Martin
43.
and keep his streak of losses going, because he's lost his last 4 matches. Jared has bounced back brilliantly
87.
over the last couple of days, suffering a defeat in his first match of the day on all 3 days this week. On Monday, when he lost to Robert Owen in match 1, he played Martin Adams in match 4 and beat him by 4 legs to 1. As for yesterday, Jared beat Kevin Burness by 4 legs to 1 in his second match.
100.
So the pattern is, he tends to respond really well after that first match loss. Keep that trend,
58.
and he is very much in the race. I'm intrigued by the next one. 2 of the challengers going head to head, Bennett and Stone.
85. Jared, you require 164.
Jared hasn't looked as sharp as the last couple of days
35.
so far today.
Martin, you require 89.
So he's putting himself under a bit of pressure here as Adams goes for the break of throw. Knowing that he's not going to qualify. What you're going to get from Adams is just a relaxed demeanour, or maybe even more relaxed than usual. But that is a seemingly easy 14 darter to start things off for Wolfie.
Game on.
Who is sporting today my favourite cancer charity shirt for the Macmillan Cancer Support Group, with the butterflies and the green and white.
41.
An incredible charity that sees people looking after sufferers of multiple types of cancer.
60.
Martin saying this morning that he does have the possibility of getting
100.
the all clear from his doctors very soon. And we all hope and pray that Martin does get that all clear, because
94.
Of course, you know, after suffering cancer, you have to go back to the doctors periodically. But if you're clear for a certain amount of time, you can go back to seeing your GP, and that's the situation that Martin's in right now.
140.
Can't envisage a world of darts without Martin right now. He is an amazing ambassador for our sport, and a great ambassador for the Online Darts Live League over the last couple of years.
85.
Well, one thing he has surpassed in this leg,
85.
and is the first person to do so in 2021. Now get your teeth around this statistic. This is not one of mine. This is coming from our esteemed stats worker here,
Martin,
Mark Walker. In this leg, Martin Adams has reached 500,000 points for the year. Yeah, that's a lot of points. I think it's very unlikely he's going to get to 1 million. But to get to $500,000,
Jared,
that
you
is some
require
achievement.
134.
It's looking like he's going to get the
94.
2 legs up as well.
Martin, you require 24. Game shot on
And
the
he is
second
2-0 up,
leg.
looking
Martin
very
Adams.
comfortable indeed. The average is into the 3 figures and has remained there for the entire match so far. So Jared Cole has got real problems in clinging on to the race for the top
Third leg,
spot
it's
here.
Jared to throw first. $59.
We were having a chat this morning, Martin and I,
54.
talking about last year, playing from our own homes and how the league was different. How we used to start at 10:30 in the morning as opposed to 9:30. And we used to play later as well, all the way through to about 4:30, 5 o'clock maybe. Play 6 or 7 matches in a day. And then, of course, we used to have the nighttime sessions as well.
121.
We were all just really fortunate to play against other players online with a product that was evolving each and every week.
56.
What we take for granted now of playing against people online, at first in 2020, was not an easy thing to do.
140.
You had to coordinate phone calls, scoring tablets, you name it. But all of the things that have started in 2020 have evolved into what we have now.
190.
Things like this exciting Group A. And the fact that this product is seen on YouTube worldwide via your preferred bookmaker sites and, of course, via Sporty Stuff TV in the United Kingdom
Jared, you require
every
106.
Thursday, Friday and Saturday. Don't miss this, Jared.
90.
Could be 3-0 down.
Martin,
And
you
his leg
require
difference
46.
is starting to slide. He's in real trouble now.
Game shot on the third
Real
Martin Adams.
trouble. Make that 3-0 down. And Adams is not looking back. He may have the relaxed demeanour now, but he's also got the class to win this by 4-0.
Fourth leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
It always helps when you got the darts as well. It's even 15 darters to this point. 75% on the doubles. 45 darts thrown for 3 legs. Very efficient.
68.
Cole has raised his average from his first game to the second game
96.
by over 10 points. But it hasn't been enough. Even though Adams and Robert Owen have been eliminated, they still have the outside chance of possibly squeezing into the Group B spots in 2, 3 and 4. But judging by the fact that Adams is 6 points adrift of that 4th spot, which is occupied by Jared Cole,
140.
you would think that maybe that's too much of a mountain to climb to get out of the bottom 2. So if you want to watch Martin Adams over the next couple of days, I think you're going to be watching him
100.
in the morning as opposed to the night time. As for Robert Owen, he's on 8 points. He could still sneak into the top 4.
60.
Particularly if Jared Cole keeps slipping.
60.
Just isn't finding that first dart, which makes the rest of the visit easier.
152.
There's been so much pressure on the rest of his visits.
$50.
Not ideal there from Martin. But he does have 102 for the match when he returns. That's the first dart he wants. He wants to throw it hard into that one.
136.
Just look how easy the rest of the visit felt for him after that. He was a lot more at ease with it. A lot of people might have stayed on the treble 20 there for double 11 because the lie was perfect.
Jared, you require 48.
He might still get the chance of a 4-0 victory.
60.
And he does. Jared Cole's
Martin,
leg
you
difference is
require
currently
40.
-2, but it might be about to go to -6. Oh, 3-match darts missed by Wolfie. I have to be honest,
Jared,
I didn't expect
32.
those to miss. Not with the way he was hitting doubles up to that point. That's not ideal. But he was able to negotiate the angle anyway, so he keeps his faint hopes alive of winning this match. And he has skirted with a little bit of game death there. So he's got to keep this going at 3-1 down.
Fifth leg, it's Jared to throw first. $100.
Big shout out to our referee today, Charlie Corstefine, doing a fantastic job. One of the best up and coming referees in the game.
140.
Might only be a matter of time before we see Charlie on the big stage.
76.
He is someone who really loves to referee. And curiously, over the last couple of days, which have been my first 2 days working with Charlie for quite a while,
55.
as soon as the day is over, he can't wait to get in that room and have a throw. That shows how passionate he is about the game. Refereeing 15 games is not enough for Charlie. He likes to have a bit of a chuck as well. Perks of the job.
$80.
Well, Jared is making inroads here. All of a sudden, that first start is starting to click.
99.
He was able to beat Martin yesterday by 4 legs to 3 with an average that was 4 less than Martin's.
60.
So he can
Jared,
win
require
a difficult way. He should be taking this leg. And does. Doesn't mess around. I like that. Even with Martin on 166, he was guaranteed that next visit. But he took care of it the right way. And he's now back in this match.
Sixth leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
The one thing you don't get from Jared Cole are mathematical and tactical mistakes. He is about as perfect as they come. But that's as perfect a start as you can get when you're serving for the match.
100.
These guys have played each other quite a lot over the last couple of years in this tournament. It's fairly even Stevens.
55.
You never tire of playing against Martin. It's always a benchmark of how you're playing at the time. Jared is someone who's played
60.
youth darts for England. Similarly have other players who have played here at the Online Darts Live League, like Keelan Kay. And they will have been there with Martin when he was in the senior squad.
89.
This has got to be a full one.
85.
It's nowhere near, and Adams has got time to get rid of this one all over again. Seems like a long time ago since he had those 3 darts at double.
76.
To finish this match off. all of a sudden, Cole says not yet.
180. Martin, you require 101.
So what looked like a leg where Martin was cantering to victory, he now needs this shot and does take it. That's clever and very astute from Martin Adams. He was tapped on the shoulder by Jared Cole after that 180, but he finds a beautiful ton plus checkout to get a victory of 4 legs to 2. That doesn't do a great deal for his challenge, of course, an 89.5 average for Jared, just around about the 91 mark for Martin. 50% on the checkouts, and that 101 at the end was the best effort of the game. But Adams will stay in the bottom 2, but Cole's chances have been dented thoroughly with 2 defeats from 2. That's the first third of our action completed, but the next one, I hope you've got your cuppa next to you, because this one could be feisty. It's Gary Stone against Bennett, and both of them have still got a chance of qualifying. Things are very interesting in this table, and as we go into the second third of our action for Wednesday, we need people to make their move and to protect certain positions. Well, Gary Stone stumbled at the start. What is he going to do in his second match of the day? He's lost his top spot position because Kevin Beness has won his first 2 games of the day. Any win here for Gary Stone, and he will return to the qualification position atop the table. But if Burnett wins here, he will go to second.
First leg,
and he will demote Gary Stone to third. So much movement. It's a bit like the Eurovision Song Contest table. Keeps changing.
123.
Just reminds me of a song that does. Sung by Barry White and Billy Joel, called Just the Way You Are.
140.
It starts, don't go changing, trying to please me. Well, that's exactly what Burness wants. He wants the table just as you are.
140.
But unfortunately, we've still got 10 matches to go. So Kevin's got 3 matches remaining for himself, and he is in charge of his own destiny.
$100.
Gary Stone does play Kevin Burness in match 11, and that is his penultimate game of the day. Could be vital.
100.
But just for his own confidence and his own stride on a Wednesday, just get the feeling he needs to register a victory early to make sure that the pressure isn't too much going into his third match, which is against Wolfie in match 9. This is a promising start. Small 20 is an option here.
98.
If he wasn't feeling confident on the 20
Richie
above that 60.
161.
This will be a belter. I really thought he was going to get a shot at the bullseye there. But he might not get a shot at double 12. And he doesn't. That's a really good sign for Gary Stone, because earlier in the day when he had a shot at double 10, it went low and it hit double 15. That one was a lot more positive to take a 1-0 lead.
Second leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
Bennett started with a win against Jared Cole, averaging just shy of 88.
140.
But like I mentioned shortly after that match, it looked better than that.
$60.
Of their 2 games this week, it has been a shared affair. All of the first 5 games today in our schedule has seen the head-to-head record start 2-0 for one of the players. The only one, actually 2 of them now, have gone to 3-0, with Kevin Burness getting all 3 victories against Martin Adams for the week so far, and Robert Owen suffering 3 defeats to Kevin Burness. But this one, 1-1 so far. When they played yesterday, it was, as I categorised at the time, the biggest match of the group so far. And Bennett did something that he did on Monday. He defeated the undefeated player in his 5th match of the day by 4 legs to 0. He took advantage of a tired, undefeated player for the 2nd day in a row.
59. Richie requires 24.
But he is anything but tired right here. No pressure.
18.
But you don't want to be stuck on double 3 anyway. You can see from his face how he feels about that. Sometimes you've just got to marvel at Richie Burnett cam in the background. Don't look at the player
Richie requires 6.
that is throwing, just look at Richie. It's very entertaining. Just wants to get rid of this now.
4.
And hasn't.
Gary, you require 146.
Hello. Hello, double 16. This would be a knife twister. Oh, so close. Superb effort from the Scotsman. He was never in this leg until that point. But the leg has gone the way of Richie Burnett. And right now, his lungs are just exhaling, saying, thank goodness I just got that leg eventually.
Third leg, it's Gary to throw first.
Yes, a missed opportunity by Gary Stone.
123.
But just a little sign, a little signal to Richie Burnett that he's not going to go away no matter what the position. And I like that about a player.
96.
If you haven't seen on social media today, or indeed last night, the homecoming for John Henderson when he got back to Huntly, it was astounding. Pretty much the centre of Huntly was littered with people welcoming him back into that northern Scottish town. And I think he was a bit taken aback by the reception. What a wonderful thing it is to see.
100.
Scottish darts fans never disappoint. Massive from Bennett. He just knew he was going to get all of them.
80. Gary, you require 157.
Is Bennett making his move against one of the challengers?
93. Richie, you require
This would be a
85.
blow. Gotta go 20 bull. Safe.
60.
But not in.
Gary, you require 64.
Another single 16. For double 16.
Game shot on
And
the
he
third
finds the
leg.
64
Gary
checkout.
Stone.
And Burnett can't believe his eyes. He can't believe anything because he threw 12 darts in that leg and he thought he was going to get it. Or maybe
Fourth
another
leg,
shot
it's
and he didn't
Richie's
get
throw
either.
First. Game on.
Gary Stone is a very quick player and he likes to approach the oche very quick as well. He doesn't have a great deal of experience playing against Richie Burnett, but if I was to give him some advice, it would be take your time.
99.
Richie is not going to stop being Richie. If you close the gap between yourself and him to a tight margin, you might get a knee in the knee.
97.
Or possibly an ankle somewhere else.
$100.
One thing Gary Stone is doing in this match is being steady. An average of 94 so far to Richie's 96. It's a good contest without being spectacular.
60.
But with two players now effectively eliminated in Adams and Owen, it is a four-person
44.
race for that top spot. At the conclusion of this one, everybody has 3 matches remaining.
100.
So if Bennett does lose this to Gary Stone, he'll be 4 points behind with 6 points left to claim.
98.
That is almost last chance saloon. But if he can beat Gary, he will go above him in the table
43.
and be only 2 points behind Kevin Beness.
Gary, you require 160.
Superb second dart.
140.
And the third was even better.
Richie, you require 141.
He's going to get 3 darts for that double 10.
59. Gary, you
Might be
require
looking
20.
at a 2-horse race. That one was a bit reminiscent of what happened earlier.
Game
But
shot
that
on the
one
fourth leg.
is very reminiscent at the
Stone.
start of this match with a positive double 10 and a 3-1 scoreline so far is very much in the favour of the Scot.
Fifth leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on. $81.
Never seems happy with the visits that he has. I've always seen Gary Stone as the kind of player that looks at the glass half empty. That wasn't a bad start.
137.
Admittedly not as good as Richie's start.
$80.
But I'm pretty sure that Gary doesn't give himself enough credit for how good he is. I don't say that about every player. I like to look at the glass half full these days, even though in previous times I have looked at it half empty. But if someone isn't giving themselves enough credit, I will say so. And I believe that about Gary Stone.
100.
You said the same about Keelan Kay as well. We all think that maybe if he found the tiniest bit more positivity
60.
and didn't give himself as much of a hard time with certain misses, then maybe he would find another 2 or 3%. Twice now, Bennett in this match has given himself the thumbs up. Oh, and
57.
Gary Stone, I like the idea of the 225s to leave the 170,
170.
but it didn't quite pay off. I think if he'd have got that 60, he was going to go for it.
98.
Gary is still the only player to have hit a 170 this week.
100. Richie requires 72.
But that's ancient history. It's all about the 20 and tops now.
52.
Had to wait. The flight was in the way. And we do now confirm with the referee and the camera that this is for the match for Gary Stone. Double 16. It's in, but just in the corner. He's got a huge victory against one of the other challengers. So this table does take shape going into the final 3 matches for all of the players. Stone with the lesser average, but he does have the better checkouts. You're not going to get much done with 11% on your checkouts. Everybody knows that. So 6 matches are down. There are 9 to go. And the first one to play their 3rd game is indeed the table topper, which is Kevin Burness up against Jared Cole, who has not tasted victory today so far. The more we go into this group, the more it looks like a two-horse race. The one person who can stop that right now is Jared Cole.
Game on.
So let's have a look and see how he does against Kevin Burness, who has just lost his place in the qualification #1 spot on leg difference to Gary
58.
Stone. But for how long? 16 points for Benness, 16 points for Stone. Plus 7
58.
in leg difference for Benness, plus 10 for Stone. There is now a 4-point gap between those two and Richie Burnett and
40.
Jared Cole, with only 3 games left per player. What we do know is that if Kevin Burness wins this match, he will not only go back to the top of the table, but he will eliminate Jared Cole from getting the win in Group A. It will be
97.
impossible. He would be 6 points behind with only 4 possible points to get by the end of the day.
59. 140.
After the next 2 matches, it could well be a 2-person race, because if Robert Owen beats Richie Burnett next, after a Benness victory against Cole,
95.
it will be between Stone and Benness to see who progresses. But first, Kevin's got to do his job.
105.
I didn't expect him to go bullseye on 86. Now let's see what he can do with 61. Because now he needs another 25 to leave a double. Doesn't get it, but does get a shot at tops.
21.
I just question that.
Jared,
Going for the bullseye in
54.
86, I'm not sure that was the right shot. Cole for the break.
Game shot
Is
on the
in.
first leg.
He
Jared
has lost
Cole.
his first 2 games today, has Jared Cole. It hasn't been a fruitful Wednesday so far, but is he about to spoil the plans of Iron Man?
Second leg, it's Jared to throw first. $60.
Maybe the pressure is lifted from Jared now, as the top 2 are expected to duke
100.
out from this point. So maybe Jared can relax a little bit, especially knowing that his leg difference at -4 is
45.
drastically different to his competitors. Of course, with the exception of Adams and Owen, who are worse off than he is.
180.
First maximum goes to Kevin Burness right there.
100.
There's something really watchable about this game. It's played at such a
65.
lovely pace. And over the last couple of days, the longest match they've had was about 10 minutes, even when it was 4 legs to 2 on Monday,
85.
which was won by
Kevin,
Kevin
you require
with a very good
156.
average of around 96.
45.
Chance for Jared to get back in this leg now. 2 trebles would possibly make him favourite for the leg. Or the 171, of course.
83.
Oh, the last start was
Kevin,
not what he was wishing for.
111.
Double top.
91.
Difficult shot, that. High, low,
Jared,
high.
you require
Really does
128.
play with the height of your elbow when you're trying to get it. They're the shots that really need practice. Jared misses the second 54, which would have
92.
given him a shot at double 10 for the leg.
Kevin, you require 20.
And it's actually double 10 that Kevin has. And it's double
Game
10 that he
shot on the
gets
second
to
leg.
level this one up
Kevin
at 1-all.
Beness.
Interesting complexity, this table, but we are getting to the point on Wednesday, which we usually have, where it is do or die.
Third leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
And in the case of Jared Cole, he has to do. Or he will, in the scheme of this table, perish.
24.
And he will have to play the next couple of days to find out whether he will make the finals.
100.
Just to give you an indication of who's to come a little bit later in the week. Some of the other qualifiers for Champions Week. Group B, which will include positions 2, 3 and 4 from this table. They will be joined by Nick Fulwell
54.
and Chaz Barstow, the winner of Week 4. And Group C will be the bottom 2 people from this group, joined by
40.
Chris Gilliland of Northern Ireland, Connor Scott, Johnny Haynes and Rob Collins. That group will take place in this time slot tomorrow and on Friday.
58.
Looking forward to seeing more of Connor Scott. He had a very, very decent challenge to a battle over the last few weeks. And he had some decent runs.
99.
I think he's going to come back here with confidence. Great recovery from Benness.
Jared, you require 108.
Leave himself 10 better off. But Jared gets the first look. Ooh, that's costly. That's 95, which leaves 13.
100. Kevin, you require 98.
Maybe just a tiny lapse in concentration, which could cost him again. But it doesn't. That double 19 bed
82.
has had a lot to say about leg 3.
Jared, you require 8.
One of them did require it. One of them did not. It was done the wrong way around.
4.
And double 2 is not found as well
Kevin,
as double 4 for Jared.
16.
His mind may be a little scrambled.
Game
It
shot
may
on
be
the
more
third
scrambled
leg.
now because Kevin Burnett has survived that leg. When you come through a leg in that fashion, it's not a case of you've won it, you've survived it.
Fourth leg, it's Jared throwing first.
You should have lost it. You didn't. You move on.
45. 60.
If you're going to classify the game of darts in match play, of course, like a board game, it's a bit like Trivial Pursuit. Going from
137.
cheese to cheese. I'm not sure what other people around the world call them. I like to call them the cheeses because they're little sections. Or the triangles. You could call them anything, really.
100.
But once you've got one of them, you've got to do all the yard work to get to the next one and answer the right question. It's very much like darts.
81.
You get to the end point, then you have to start again, and then do it all again, and then answer another question on the outer ring.
100.
It really does play with your mind, this sport. Superb.
140.
It's his turn to have a look at a 98 checkout.
57.
He's got plenty of time to take
Jared,
care of it as well.
98.
He would take 58 right here to have 3 shots at tops. He might just get rid of it now.
86.
And instead, he will come back for double 6. Under pressure.
140.
Kevin trying to leave double 2 there.
Jared, you require 12.
One dart left.
6.
And it misses. Great news for
Kevin, you
Beness.
require 44.
Horrible news for the king of the castle. Double 16.
28.
And you heard the audible sound
Jared, you require
from Iron Man right
6.
there. He did not enjoy the fact that he missed those 2 shots. That would have been a bit of breathing space And a 2-leg gap. Double one.
Game
He's
shot
found
on
it with the
fourth
last
leg.
start as well.
Cole.
That is a bit of a knife twister from Jared Cole as Kevin Burness has been reeled in once again. So we are going into a best of 3 contest from now.
Fifth leg, it's Kevin to throw first.
Couldn't start a best of 3 contest better than that. Or indeed any leg at all.
100.
Kevin has every right to think positively here. Yes, he did lose the last leg.
140.
But he has the throw in this and possibly the last leg of the contest. And he has started magnificently.
97.
I didn't want to say anything about the possible 9 darter
65.
because I don't want to put the jinx on it. But he failed on dart 6. He won't care as long as he takes care of this leg
100.
in some fashion
Kevin,
or
you
other.
require 116.
He'll be back for double 8, which denied him in the last leg. Feels like today
96.
Jared is not going to get
Kevin, you
anything the
require
easy
16.
way. He's being severely tested. Double 2.
12.
Oh, but he's given a chance for 3-2 up.
Jared, you require 108.
Tricky 57 to find, but he's gone a different way. Oh, that was clever.
89.
The closed bed.
Kevin, you require 4.
And that just goes to show how fast his brain works in darts. And Kevin Beness again survives a leg. Wasn't exactly a guide for double 2, was it? It was quite far away, but look on the bright side, it wasn't in the way as he takes the lead at 3-2.
Throw first. Game on.
There are dart players out there who wouldn't have even thought of going treble 17, double 19 for the 89 that was left. That is another reason why going 19s first on 108
60.
is the right thing to do.
$81.
I don't think Jared is understanding why he's getting some off-shooting darts.
44.
There's nothing worse than the feeling that when something is going wrong, you have no idea why.
45.
So far today, you'd have to say that more has gone wrong than right for Jared.
97.
It hasn't exactly been a masterclass of a match from an average perspective or indeed on doubles, because they're both well under par in both facets of their game. But some games have just got to be won
100.
somehow. We're going to reach the middle point of our schedule today in the next match.
140.
As Robert Owen takes on Richie Burnett in an all-Welsh clash. But first, what will the predicament be for Richie Burnett? Because if Kevin Bennett does get the win here,
Jared, you require
it's very bad
94.
news for a couple of players in the group. Single 12 or a 4 for tops.
54.
So this is it. Match point for Kevin Bennett
Kevin, you require 119.
to put himself on 18 points. Doesn't find it.
42. Jared, you require 40. Game shot on
Finds
the
tops.
sixth
This
leg.
one's 3-3.
Jared Cole.
And he is hanging on to Kevin Burness as much as Kevin Burness is hanging on to the possibility of victory in this one. It's all down to him throwing first in leg 7.
Seventh and final leg. It's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
That is a valuable 60 on the floor. That one was 51% flight and 49% penetration.
125.
Here's the king of week 2 and the king of the 4-3s in week 2. Going to get out of jail here and keep things alive,
96.
not just for himself, but for others. Don't forget, Jared Cole cannot finish top of this table if he
60.
loses this match. Richie Burnett will be 6 points behind with 3 games left if Kevin Burness wins this.
140.
And it's way more likely for him to win this than Jared Cole right here. Especially with no treble.
$65.
A nice layup. But this is the last chance saloon for Jared. He must get to the same position. Doesn't even get to the finish, and Benness has got a cushy 6 darts from 120.
60.
He halves the score, so he does it the easy way. The hard bit is about to happen.
100.
60 more as Jared halves his own score.
Kevin, you require 60.
Doesn't even get the single, but he does get 1 dart for the match.
$20.
Which slips by.
Jared, you require 100.
You can sense the tension in this one. They know exactly what's going on the table. Two double tops? Or is it 16s? It's tops. It's not quite there.
60.
So Beness has that dreamy position of 3
Kevin,
darts
you
in hand
require 40.
to win a close match.
$20.
But he hasn't. He's done so much
Jared,
hard
you
work
require
to get to
40.
that position. And Cole might snap his heart in 2. To get within 2 points of the top.
20.
And he has missed as well.
Kevin, you require
Just more
20.
proof that misses are more dramatic than hits.
Game,
But there is a
shot,
hit right in
and
the corner
match.
for Kevin Benness, who eliminates Jared Cole from the possibility of winning Group A. He can no longer get to the summit. And you have to say, with averages like 79, on a day where he has lost 3 straight matches, maybe Jared understands that he's going to have to win a much better amount of games over the next 2 days to get into the finals on Saturday. But Burness, he is now back to the top in a yo-yo day between Gary Stone and himself. We're going to take a break from that for a second because Robert Owen and Richie Burnett now have to do battle. This one is all about Bennett and as to whether he can stay in it. How's about an old Welsh clash then for match number 8? Let's take a little bit of a break from the top spot race, but in a funny sort of way, we have one other person who can qualify, and that is Richie Burnett. He's always done things the hard way, so why not today? Jared Cole in 4th position has run out of matches. He can no longer catch the man at the top, so he is out of the race for Group A alongside Robert Owen and Martin Adams. But Richie Burnett can still get there. His leg difference is good. He has to keep winning, and Kevin Beness has to keep losing.
Game on.
So with that 6-point gap, Beness is in the box seat.
43.
What Richie needs to happen now is very simple. He needs to beat Robert Owen. He then needs to beat Martin Adams.
180.
Doesn't have to wait long to get his first 180. Yes, he's got to beat Owen. He's got to beat Adams. And he will have to beat Beness in his last
41.
game. And what he needs to happen as well as that is he needs Gary Stone to beat Kevin Beness.
59.
And then it'll come down to leg difference. So when you look at Richie's predicament, it could not be tighter.
96.
Well, like I said at the top of this particular game, his leg difference is workable. That was the thing that was against Jared Cole in the last match.
134.
He started with a leg difference of -4, whereas Richie's starting with +8. At least that's in the same vicinity as the chasing pack.
180. Richie require 128.
Even with that maximum, Richie Burnett is still the favourite for the leg. 56 left.
88.
Nice leave after 12.
Robert, you require 141.
Robert Owen has had a 321 conversion in 6 before this year. Could he do it again? He might. Oh,
129.
that would have brought a reaction from Bennett.
Richie, you require 40.
This could as well, double 10.
Game shot on the first leg.
Very
Richie
assured
Burnett.
14-dart break from Richie Burnett to start this match off in a cluster of games where he has to be at his imperious best.
Second leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
I've made no bones about the fact that over the last couple of days, he has been the ultimate closer. He has won his last match of the day on Monday and Tuesday by 4 legs to 0. He's now got to take it to another level.
180.
It's no longer in his hands, but he's still alive.
140.
It is feasible, of course, that we could have a 3-way tie on 18 points. And that is if Gary Stone wins one more match, Kevin Beness does not win any more games, and Richie Burnett wins his final 3. At which point we will look at leg difference, and we will look at legs won, and possibly head-to-head records. But what a performance so far from Bennett. Is he about to have that white-hot performance we see from him every few weeks?
65. Richie, you require 47.
For an 11-darter, it's double 16.
15.
You will not believe that didn't ricochet into the 32
Robert,
bed.
you require 156.
He was close to a 141 in the first leg. He's not as close on the 156.
100. Richie, you require 32.
Richie's got to keep that chin up by hitting doubles when they appear. And that's exactly what he's done right here. And even if he misses 2 darts at double like he did in that leg, his average has still gone up.
Third leg, it's Robert to throw first.
A personal best performance this year of 109.31. And he did that against his very good friend Robert Thornton all the way back in phase 1.
$140.
He's just so beautiful to watch when it is smooth.
$118.
There aren't many better dart throws in the world than this. It's all one movement.
100.
In a funny sort of way, if you compare Richie Burnett's throw now to what it was like in 1995, there are a lot of aspects to his throw now that are better than they were when he was world champion. It's less stabby. It's all one smooth movement. The one thing that has creeped in a bit more, of course, is that kickback and that head jolt.
$60.
I'm amazed that he went for the 20s there. I thought the 18s was the call because the 60 was blocked. And he might be in a bit of trouble.
135. Robert, you require 180.
But a sneaky suspicion that if he doesn't hit this, he's going to be 3-0 down. Double 19.
80. Richie requires 66.
He had the chance, but this is a chance for a double break.
10 score.
Open tops.
26.
What a chance that was.
Robert, you require 38.
He'll go straight for it. No, he's going to split it. Double 16.
Game
And he
shot
does
on the
find
third
the
leg.
lower half of that double
Owen.
16 to close Richie Burnett out from the possibility of getting a 3-0 lead. So back in the match, and the deficit is now just the 1. But Richie Burnett is still the favourite.
Fourth leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
Just slows the train a little bit there. Bennett was cruising towards that 3-0 mark.
100.
And I was not going to think of a possibility of a Richie Burnett defeat if he was 3-0 up. But at 2-1, we've already seen from Owen today some blitzing legs.
100.
Especially the way he finished up in that 104 average match against Gary Stone in match 2. That was some finish. That is how you close out a darts match. 11 and 12 darts.
$96.
This is where I really like to see the player be really aggressive. Try and get that 180 to leave 161.
140.
Not that they're not trying to get the 180, but really focus in on it. Whereas with Robert, it's a slightly different thing here. He's on 305, so he's got to use different parts of the board to get to a finish.
112.
It's not a bad visit, that. Just let down by the second dart cascading into the small 4. I don't blame him for sticking on the 20 there, because if he went 19s and got a single, he was leaving a bullseye out, as opposed to the big 20, which leaves a double out on the outer ring.
81. Richie require 160.
Can he get a shot at tops? There's your answer.
$60.
This game is about to get very
Robert, you
close.
require 112.
It might be about to fall back into the favour of Robert Owen with the darts.
80.
But not quite yet.
Richie, you require 100.
Biggest visit of the match. Tops.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Look at that.
Richie Burnett.
And look at the reaction of Robert Owen in the background as well. That leg has been closed out with a perfect 100 check out in 2. That was absolutely the biggest visit
Fifth
of the
leg,
game
it's
so
Roberts
far.
to throw first.
It was just a hold of throw. But it gives Richie Burnett that belief that he can get the win by a bigger margin.
60.
If you don't know why Richie Burnett has got the flights the way they are, you obviously haven't seen his World Championship winning shirt from 1995 because it looks exactly like the flights.
180.
But as far as that shirt is concerned, he doesn't even know where it is. I've asked him that a couple of times.
100.
Of all of the World Championship winning shirts in history, I think that's probably the one I'd like to own the most. That or maybe the Phil Taylor shirt from 1992. Because I believe that's the greatest game of darts I've ever seen.
$60.
If Bennett does get the win by 4 legs to 1, of the 3 players that can still top this group, he will have the best leg difference. So it will be job 1 done and another 3 jobs to go. Or indeed more than that, because he needs
82.
multiple victories to go his way.
Richie, you require 86.
All he can do is win the matches he has. And he could win this one on double 4. And he has done so.
And the match.
4-1 with a masterful display. It could well be better than the average we saw from Robert Owen in match 2. We're just collating that right now. So as we see the double 4 go in, let's have a little look at the statistics to see how close it was. I'm waiting. Drum roll. 104.15. Not quite there. It's 0.16 short. That doesn't take anything away from that, because that is Richie Burnett's best performance of the week so far. Is he about to close the deal in the finest possible margin? Well, we'll have to wait to find out, because Martin Adams and Gary Stone will play the next match. And we know what Gary's got to do. He's got to keep winning. Really sure how to start this match off, but I'm going to give it a go anyway, because Gary Stone has seen other players eliminated today, but now the pressure is firmly on him. In second position, better leg difference than Kevin Beness, but 2 points behind. He has a meeting with Kevin Burness in his next match. He will want to play him on the same points,
First leg,
not
it's Martin
behind
to
him.
throw first. Game on.
But first, he has to negotiate the England captain, the England great. That is the man in
45.
green and white. This is where Gary's really got to put his foot down
140.
and massage every single piece of confidence he has gained over the last couple of days. It is 1 win and 1 loss today so far.
67.
And that loss was easy to take on the chin because he did nothing wrong. It was all about the brilliance of Owen.
140.
As far as the other match is concerned, it was a good win. It was a workmanlike win against Richie Burnett. And that
81.
has really cost Richie dear. Even though he is still in the race, he is now needing snookers.
100.
Gary's destiny is still in his own hands, but only if he wins this match and possibly the next one. His final game will be against Jared Cole in match 13, which tells us one thing.
85.
He's the player
Gary, you
that can
require
post the
121.
total. Double top.
Game shot on the
That
first
is
leg.
a brilliant start
Gary
from Gary Stone. He does get the break at the very start of the match. And look at this, treble 7. Well used. And back to tops. Not an easy check
Second
out, that
leg,
one.
it's Gary to throw first. Game on.
We see a lot in the way of 12 darters. But not usually with 121 that way.
140.
How much Gary Stone would give for a 4-0 win here. Any win and he's top for now.
140.
But you just sense that every leg is going to matter.
180.
Is this going to be the big performance from Stone of Scotland? We've already seen best performances of the week today from Richie Burnett and from Robert Owen.
140.
Both averaging over 104. Gary can easily do that.
99.
He has not done so as of yet this week. He still has a best average of 100.5. He might need something blistering. Not just to get over Martin, but to get over his closest challengers.
45. Gary, you require 82.
Bullseye first, surely. Tops again.
Game shot on the second leg.
What more
Gary
can you
Stone.
say about this start? 24 darts for 2 legs. Both finished on tops. And the average is big. I'm not going to talk about the average because it doesn't mean anything
Third
right
leg,
now.
it's Martin to throw
It's
first.
all about getting as
Game
many
on.
legs as possible, as quickly as possible. If you're Martin Adams right now, you're thinking, what did Gary Stone have for lunch?
13.
There's not much you can do about a player putting in 2 12 darters at the start of a match. But these are two very well-versed players when it comes to short format darts because of their BDO experience. They can understand the benefit of getting out of the blocks and staying there
81.
for a short period of time and maybe winning a match of this length in 7 or 8 minutes.
80.
He's turning the bad visits into decent visits and the good visits into great visits. That right there was a decent visit.
60.
If your bad visits in a match can be 1 treble, That really is when you're cooking.
100.
We have not had a 4-0 yet today, and we might not get one if Martin's got something to do with it.
140.
In fact, the last 4-0 in this weekly schedule was against Gary Stone. Richie Burnett beat him
99.
to deny him the perfect 10 points yesterday. And it's fair to say that Gary looked a little tired. He's not going to get a third consecutive 12 darter.
100.
But he might get a second break.
Gary, you require 88.
Double 14.
Game shot.
Look at this for a performance from Gary Stone. This is Usain Bolt-like. I don't really know what much more to say, but he's only got one leg to go. It is on his throw. If he gets 4-0, he's in the driving seat all right. Not that I am wishing ill on Martin Adams. I wouldn't do that at any point. But when someone is averaging what they're averaging right now, if you're Gary Stone, you want to see them put in that massive number.
100.
But when you're playing this well, this is the leg that's hardest to win. You know you're playing well. You know you're firing. You just want to get the job done. When you get to a double, hit it, walk away. Martin's not playing poorly. He's averaging in the mid-80s, which is tidy. But everything that Gary Stone touches right now is turning to lipstick. I do not want to tell you what he's averaging.
Gary, you require 164.
Because I feel like I'm going to spook it.
$58. Martin, you require
He may be back for the 106. He will not be happy with that approach. And the 106 will be for the match.
137.
And he has to hit it if he wants to win
Gary,
by 4 legs to 0.
106.
6 for top, surely. Double top.
86.
What a chance that was.
Martin, you require 24.
For a best performance of the year. He still has the opportunity of doing it, but Martin Adams has stopped him in his tracks. How many more chances can Gary Stone carve out for himself? But of course, that is a break back for Martin.
Fifth leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
Up to that point, Gary Stone had not missed a double.
140.
And in fact, that is the only missed dart at a double in the match. Because Martin took his first attempt at double 12.
30. $140.
This match might be far from over, you know. Martin has taken the shackles off.
57. $45.
I can confirm that if Gary Stone had hit that double top for the 106, his average would have been 113.43.
121.
That is very much in the past now. That opportunity is gone. All he wants are the points. That would have been
60.
The third biggest average of the year. And it's the second time this week that we have seen someone within a whisker of that mantle.
96. Martin, you require 160.
Maybe his focus is turning to leg number 6. Because this one is inching its way towards
100.
Wolfie. Even more so from that last dart. Got to remain positive, focused,
81.
and ready for the next leg.
Martin, you require 16.
He might even get a bonus shot at 116.
Game
But
shot
he
on the
doesn't.
fifth leg.
As a
Martin
silky
Adams.
smooth double 8 is found by Wolfie. And now is the time to try and get rid of this, because if Gary Stone can't, he's going to have to break Martin's throat in leg 7.
Sixth leg, it's Gary to throw first. $60.
I suppose it's times like this where you wish it was best of 5. You'd already won by 3 legs to 0. Reminds me of one of my favourite stories to tell about
45.
when I played Joe Cullen in the Irish Masters a few years ago. It was actually 10 years ago. We were playing in the last 16, and we were
96.
told that it was best of 9. Well, Joe was 4-1 up, and I thought, okay, maybe I'm going out, but I'll give it one last go. I won by 5 legs to 4.
66.
I was thrilled to get through, and then after the match was completed, I went on to win my quarter-final against Mark Webster very quickly. And then during the semi-final, I was told that the last 16 was best of 9. So technically, Joe Cullen beat me 4 legs to 1, but I beat him 5 legs to 4.
135.
Bit of a logistical mistake by the tournament organisers, but I didn't say no to the finals money. Well, I lost out in the final by 6 legs to 4 to Mark Walsh. That's enough from Asset Corner for the day. Let's get back to this match, because Gary's done really well here.
140.
But he has got company.
Gary, you require 111.
Treble 17 for a shot at tops for the match, for the win, for the points.
91.
Same spot as the 106 checkout, which would have given him the 2 points in that massive average. If Wolfie hits this, Stone is on the ropes. Gary
95.
couldn't look, but his shot at tops misses.
Gary, you require 20.
This is really hard.
10.
And it falls into the single. That's 5
Martin, you
darts for the
require
match
20.
missed. Double 5.
Game shot on the sixth.
Perfect
leg.
double 5
Martin
from
Adams.
Wolfie, and now he is the favourite from 3-0 down. It's all tied after 6, and Martin's got the darts.
7th and final leg. It's Martin to throw first. Game on.
I don't want to say this, but I have to say this. If Gary Stone does not win this match, after being 3-0 up, his confidence will drop on the floor.
81.
It could well be a game that he remembers for the wrong reasons for a while. Wolfie's demeanour has not changed the entire game.
85.
He's just doing his own thing, plodding on, averaging 92, 50% on checkouts. Of course,
100.
Gary Stone is averaging more than him. He's got a higher checkout. Highest checkout even. Of 121, which we saw in the first leg of the match.
76.
But Stone has got to get in amongst it now. That is a vital last dart. A win for Adams would get him to 10 points. 2 behind Jared Cole. So he's still alive to get into the top 4 to get a spot in Group B.
48.
This time the last dart goes into the wrong treble.
Martin, you
And
require
Adams has
100.
got 6 from 100 to win the match from 3-0 down.
$60.
The steady approach, and Stone can do nothing from 176.
96.
He needs mistakes from Wolfie, who is sitting on tops
Martin, you require
after 15
40.
darts thrown.
Game,
And he wins the
shots,
match.
And the match.
What
Martin
a
Adams.
concussive game that is for Gary Stone's chances of making it through this group as the winner to get to the finals. The 97 average you can see from Stone is much better than that of the 91 of Martin Adams, but that is because he was so good in the first 3 legs of the match. It is the fact that the checkouts are better for Wolfie. That is why he has made it to those 2 points. So we all have to recover from that, as will Gary Stone. He will return in the match after the next one, which is Jared Cole and Robert Owen. Welcome back to the action. So straight into the action in game number 10.
58.
Jared Cole up against Robert Owen. This one is a bit of a break from the tussle for the top,
125.
which could well be very, very exciting in the final 5 matches of today's schedule. This one will bring to a close the second third of the action.
59.
And Jared Cole and Robert Owen both know that they're not going to qualify for finals night, today at least. But to protect his position in the top 4, a win here for Jared would be very welcomed.
82.
Martin Adams is only 2 points behind him in a quest to pinch his Group B spot.
100.
If indeed you are playing in Group B, there are 5 players in it, and 3 will qualify for the finals. It is slightly easier to get through that one
52.
than that of Group C,
Robert, you
which
require
is 6 players and only 2 progress. But Jared has not had a good day. 3 games played, 3 defeats. Robert has had a better day. The one win he has picked up was his best performance of the entire season.
100. Robert, you require 60.
It's a good start against the throw.
Game shot
And
on
that is the first leg in 15 darts to Robert Owen. So there's not really much pressure on him in this match. But I suppose when you look at the possibility of a win in his last 2 matches, he could possibly steal
second leg, it's Robert to throw
4th
first.
position.
Game on.
To aid that, he's going to need a big win here against Jared.
81.
And he's going to need to beat Martin Adams as well. And that would get him to 12 points. And he'd need Jared Cole to lose to Gary Stone as well. So maybe there is a little bit of motivation here for Robert Owen, even though he's at the bottom position.
140.
The good thing is, if you are Robert Owen and having those ambitions, is that his remaining 2 matches are against the people he's fighting for in that battle.
55.
So he can affect his own leg difference, his own points, and their leg difference as well.
59.
Beautiful thing about a 4-0 victory. Not that I'm saying I want Robert to beat Jared 4-0, that's not the case. But just to give you an insight into what that does, it would elevate Robert's leg difference to -9 and then demote Jared's to -9.
140. 42. Robert, you require 81.
I think that's the first time I've ever seen Jared Cole make a mathematical mistake. It might not matter,
69.
but I do not remember the last time I saw Jared Cole on a bogey number. Nothing is working today in the same way that it wasn't working for Robert Owen yesterday. They always say that darts is on
Robert,
the
you
day.
require 12.
Whoever made up that phrase wasn't wrong. High portion. Higher.
No
Higher,
score.
Robert. Got to stay away from those flights.
Jared, you require 108.
Single 19 now. Single 19, and that's the second time today that he, on that checkout, has hit the double 19 going for the single to leave 13 points.
100. Robert, you require 12.
Second attempt at double 6.
Game shot on the second.
And the
leg.
second attempt is
Robert
good,
Owen.
as he does double his lead to 2. But what he's trying to do from here is double his position again. First and foremost, he's got to try and get to 3.
Third leg, it's Jared to throw first. Game on. .96.
Lesser dart players might say about themselves at this point that there's something wrong with the darts. Maybe I'm just not feeling well today.
90.
You are going to get days like this as a dart player, where you just don't feel 100%. You're not
60.
really at the races. You have to take them on the chin.
80.
You can look at other sports as well. Some people have a wildly good day one day,
100.
and then the next, as a golfer maybe, they might not be able to hold a single putt.
100.
Just look at Manchester United this week. Everything was rosy after beating Newcastle at the weekend, and then they get defeated by Young Boys last night, and everybody's starting to question them. If you put yourself in the public
45.
eye, you've got to be ready for scrutiny. But the only person right now who is scrutinising Jared Cole is Jared Cole.
100.
He judges himself by very high standards, and he knows that he's not playing well today.
140.
But that was better.
Robert, you require 91.
Great bullseye. Double 16.
75.
He really wanted that
Jared, you
one for
require
the double
60.
break. Great single.
Game shot on the third
That's a
leg.
really good find from Jared Cole. I wasn't sure if I fancied that one for him on his behalf, but you have to say it, double 10 doesn't really look any prettier than that when it's hit right in the middle.
Fourth leg, it's Robert to throw first.
Chance for 3-0 missed. But maybe 3-0 is a bit of a poison chalice right now. I just wonder how Gary Stone
100.
is feeling at this point ahead of his game with Kevin Burness. It now ensures that if Kevin Burness wins that match, he will be out of sight
44.
on 20 points. I said at the start of play that I didn't think 20 points was going to be enough. I was wrong.
93.
20 points is going to be enough to get through this group. The points have been shared out.
140.
And there are plenty more points to be shared before the end of the session.
98.
We will start it all again come next Monday, and I will be here for Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday.
100.
But as far as tomorrow, Friday and Saturday are concerned for the rest of Champions Week, you will have
140.
Yorkshire's finest.
Robert,
Chris Murphy will be here to guide you through to the remainder of Phase 4.
57. Jared, you require 70.
Can he equalise with 16 in Bull?
45.
Not quite.
Robert, you require 60.
So Robert has the same checkout that Jared just hit in the previous leg. Can he get it in the same fashion?
Game shot on the
There's your answer.
leg.
Yes, he
Robert
can.
Owen.
So he couldn't get to 3-0, but he has got to 3-1. So the possibility of getting to 4th spot still exists. But he might need to win this one by 4 legs to 1.
5th leg, it's Jared to throw first. Game on.
It's a lot to ask, because he's going to need, in his last match of the day, a very
30.
good win against Martin Adams. Adams's leg difference is -10, and that is exactly what Roberts will be if he wins this leg.
134. 140.
Jared's last match is against Gary Stone. And that might be a dead rubber.
97.
Very much depends on what Kevin Beness does with him next.
60.
Now Jared is starting to speed up here, trying to manufacture something. Or maybe it's a sign of mini frustration that things have not gone well for him today. Got to go south on 271.
133.
Very good indeed. And the good thing about getting 2 treble 19s in a single there is that you can revisit the treble 19 twice for double 12. So you can focus your efforts on 1 big treble.
Jared, you require 138.
Good to know that he thinks the same way as
86.
I do. But he
Robert,
might not be thinking
76.
any more in this match if Robert Owen's got anything to do with it. Double 8.
Game.
Just
shot,
too good
and
on
the
this
match.
occasion.
Robert
Robert Owen puts in another good performance, and he leads the head-to-head with Jared for the week. Wonderfully done. 2 games to 1 over the course of the last 3 days for Robert Owen. And when he's been winning today, he's been winning with very impressive statistics. Not as good as his 104 earlier, but a 92 and 1/3 of his doubles. That will do, as it keeps him in the race for 4th spot. It all comes down to the next one, doesn't it? Gary Stone against Kevin Burness. Gary, step up after that 3-0 whitewash. Oh, the position you were in the last match, that's all gone. It's all ancient history. It's all down to what you can do against Kevin Burness next. As far as this table is concerned, it is now championship, or indeed table point, for Kevin Burness, because if he beats Gary Stone here, he's home and hosed and in the finals for later in the week. These are the top two, and Gary Stone with that loss, of course, to Martin Adams after being 3-0 up. He looks fairly dejected. But all is not lost, because if he can find a win here, he could still get
first leg,
through.
It's Gary to throw first. Game on.
So the odds are stacked
100.
against Stone. The situation hasn't really changed after that loss to Martin Adams. He still has to beat Kevin. And the likelihood is he would have had to beat Jared Cole in the first place in his last match.
140.
So that's the upside, Gary. Don't feel too dejected about losing that match.
100.
I know it's going to be devastating, especially when he could have averaged 113 with a 4-0 victory. But the state of play is the same.
140.
The destiny of this table is still in his hands. But Beness has got less work to do.
180. Gary requires
quality first leg.
121.
Bullseye. Could have started
73.
another match with 121 checkout,
Kevin, you require 98.
albeit a very different route. Treble 19.
68.
That leaves double 15.
Gary, you require 48.
Double 16 to take the first leg.
Game
And
shot on
does
the first
so.
leg.
So,
Gary Stone.
after missing a few doubles to win his last match, he has stopped the rot, you could say. He takes the first leg in this one. And this one, which could go all the way, could be very good.
Second leg, it's Kevin to throw first.
I have no idea which direction this one's going to take. Because if you look at their games from the last
58.
couple of days, they've followed a very similar pattern. Someone has averaged 90 in defeat. Someone has averaged 93 in winning the match.
125.
And the doubles percentages are a little bit up and down. But they aren't horrific.
190.
There is the possibility, of course, that this could be the best game of the week so far.
$177.
Because if you're Gary Stone, this is a knockout match. Most of these players
58.
are used to playing knockout darts, not darts the way that it is in the online Darts Live League. Where if you lose, you still have a chance.
59.
But right now, Gary Stone understands that if he does lose, he's going to have to play in Group B.
135. Gary, you require 140.
Oh, how much you would have loved to have taken that for a break of throw. But the break is still
60.
possible.
Kevin, you require 70.
That leaves 58. Lucky to get the treble 4 instead of the single.
Game
Because it
shot
gave
on
him
the
a shot at
second
a double on the
leg.
outer
Kevin
ring,
Burnett.
as opposed to that bullseye in the centre, which is a lot smaller. So he can count his chickens a little bit there, that it's 1-1.
Third leg, it's Gary to throw first. $100.
Could we potentially go to a one-leg decider once again? Of which there have not been many today.
140.
Adams did, of course, beat Gary Stone by 4 legs to 3. Kevin beat Jared Cole by 4 legs to 3. And Kevin also
60.
beat Robert Owen by 4 legs to 3. So he has been getting wins today. He has not suffered defeat.
140.
But a couple of those games have been really close.
57.
Following a similar pattern to Monday, really, for Kevin, who won his first 4 matches and then lost out to Richie Burnett in his last game.
60.
And he actually does play Richie Burnett in his last game again today. You just wonder if he's going to have to win that match.
140.
If Gary wins this
Kevin,
game and he wins his next game,
161.
it means that Kevin will have to beat Bennett in the last game of the group.
121. Gary,
This is an attack on the stone throw. An attack that seems to have paid off. But the final shot is still needed.
95. Kevin, you require 40.
Is that too close?
No score.
It was. He had to move. He could barely see
Gary,
that
you
tops
require
on the
49.
left-hand side. Gary Stone, fortunate to have these 2 darts at double 16. Oh,
Game
that's a
shot
lucky
on the
dart.
third leg.
I'd
Gary
like
Stone.
to say that that is the portion of the bed he was aiming for, but he wasn't. He was looking at the top half to go over the barrel, but it has fallen into the bottom half.
Fourth leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
We should get a look at Gary Stone's face right now because I think it'll tell a tale.
59.
I don't think he's given too much away, but I would love to know what he was aiming for there. I am 99.999% certain that he was going for the top half.
58.
I'm a big believer that there's very little luck in darts, but sometimes you see it.
140.
You can put it however you wish. The dart has just got to be good enough to get in the bed that you require.
81.
That's about as good a compliment as I can pay that dart.
80.
Well, you've got to say, Gary, you've had a lucky dart in the last 12. There's your unlucky one, so everything's level. But that's a great one, 33.
Gary, you require 141.
Gets a treble at the end. I
Kevin, you
applaud that.
require 170.
We're not going to see the 303 in 6.
58.
But what an
Gary, you
opportunity for
require
Gary Stone to get a
41.
break throw here. It's double 16 again.
Game
And this
shot on
time,
the fourth
it's in
leg.
the bottom half,
Gary
but that
Stone.
is where he was aiming. Oh, Gary Stone, you were 3-0 up against Adams. You're now 3-1 up against Kevin Benness. What is the next
Fifth
plot
leg, it's
twist?
Gary to throw first.
Let's have a look at the leg difference. It's very applicable right now. As Gary goes for the jugular. Stone currently on +9. Benness on +8.
36.
A big win, and Stone is favoured for the group. Let's say he can win 4 legs to 1. And if he can beat Jared Cole in 2 games' time as well by a couple of legs, that will be enough to win the group.
85.
But we've already seen today that he's had a bit of difficulty in closing out an important game.
43.
But he doesn't have the same player charging on his position. He has someone who has pressure of his own.
60.
And Stone is inching towards the line.
$99.
120 left to be back on top.
41.
What this will also do
Gary,
is
require
eliminate
120.
Richie Burnett. Double top.
100.
That was the top shop shot that he missed to win 4-0 against Adams.
61.
Richie Burnett is not eliminated yet.
Gary,
He's
you
only 4
require
points
20.
behind. But Gary Stone will be in the top spot.
Game,
And he will be
shots,
now because
and the
he's won
match.
by 4
Gary
legs to
Stone.
1. The most impressive thing about that performance from Gary Stone is not the 95 average. It's not the 44% on doubles. It is the response after losing to Adams after being 3-0 up. I applaud it. Kevin and Gary are on 18 points. So it's down to Richie Burnett now. He's got to win his last 2 matches to have any hope whatsoever. He needs some help from other quarters as well. But Richie, let's see what you can do against Martin Adams. What an interesting day we're having here at the Online Darts Live League with Group A in Champions Week. We still have 3 possible players who can win this group, and one of them is about to play Martin Adams in the shape of Richie Burnett. There you can see Stone and Burness on 18 points, but with 2 matches remaining, Richie Burnett can still get to 18 points. And Stone and Bennett have just played each other for the last time in Group A. So the permutations have actually just become a little bit simpler for Richie Burnett. It's still out of his hands. He only needs one more favour.
First leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
And that favour has to come from Jared Cole. First and foremost, Richie has got to beat Martin Adams, and he will have to beat Kevin Beness in match 15.
95.
And if Jared Cole beats Gary Stone, it may well come down to leg difference, and there would be 3 players on 18 points.
100.
That leads me to my next point. Richie Burnett, currently on plus 11 in leg difference, is only 1 leg behind Gary Stone.
140.
So if he can close out his day the way he has the last 2 days, he still has a very good chance of winning this group.
100.
But he must get a win from Jared Cole, who has not won today against his biggest rival. That is a tall, tall ask.
137.
But he can't affect that. He's just got to focus on beating Martin. If he doesn't,
100.
he's gone. And
Richie
it will be between Stone and Bennett.
129.
Options. Single 17 potentially.
97.
Very well measured. He's had a good day, has Richie. Started with a 4-1 victory over Jared Cole, who I've already mentioned.
139.
He did lose to Gary Stone.
Richie required
I think that one
32.
hurt him a little bit.
Game
But
shot
that one
of the
didn't.
first leg.
He's played
Richie
some
Burnett.
superb darts today. And, of course, he has over the course of the week. And he has left it late in certain groups in qualifying. Is he going to leave this as late as
Second leg,
possible?
It's Martin to throw first. Game on.
Richie's got a history of making Champions Week. In fact, he has not failed to make Champions Week.
100.
But he has not made the finals in Champions Week every time. The only person to do that is Chaz Barstow. And he's still got that possibility of doing it 3 times. He will return in Group B. And if Bennett is not going to win this group, it will be, of course, Bennett and Barstow in the same group.
100.
It's not impossible for Martin Adams to sneak into 4th spot. If he can win this game, and if he can beat Robert
59.
Owen, and of course, if Jared Cole loses to Gary Stone, Martin Adams would sneak into 4th spot and play in Group B instead of Group C. So there's a lot of movement happening right now
60.
within this, even though 3 players have been eliminated from winning this group today. Really is keeping me on my toes.
60.
Adams has responded well in this leg.
100.
He's down to the finish first.
$94.
He doesn't have any company in the finishing
Martin,
zone,
you
so
require
Martin's got 6 darts from here.
141. 85. 140. Martin, you require 56.
Here comes the pressure from the Welshman. Martin goes for tops for a 17 darter.
Game shot.
But that is classic Wolfie, just closing out Richie Burnett, who was waiting for the opportunity of taking a 2-0 lead. So just when you think you're going to canter your way to the halfway point, Adams says no.
Third leg, it's Richie to throw first. 60. 60.
Richie is pacing around this room like a hungry leopard. Fascinating guy to watch. And you can take it from me.
100.
A fascinating guy to play. I'd have to say that of all of the players that I've played in my career, he would have to be one of the biggest challenges.
95.
Because of the way he prowls around an hockey and some of the gesticulations and the arm waving. I don't mean that in a sense
100.
that I think he's doing something wrong. He is who he is. You accept it, and then you try and beat him. He's not only a brilliant dart player, but he has got an aura around him that is very hard to quash.
60.
I remember back in 2020, when we were playing darts from home, the clamouring for Richie Burnett to play was quite extraordinary. It didn't happen, but he has been here a lot in 2021.
125.
And that
Richie
has been to our benefit.
101.
He has been spectacular this year. And I know he's very grateful for having the opportunity of playing here this year.
45.
And don't forget, he is a phase champion.
Martin, you require
Sporty Stuff TV Trophy champion. And of course, he won phase 2 by beating Sean McDonald in the final.
45.
Almost won it with a 9-dart leg in the very last leg of the phase.
56.
For 2-1, he needs tops.
16.
And Adams gets a bonus.
Martin, you require 116.
You just fancy he's going to get close.
Game
Oh,
shot
it's very good.
Martin Adams.
And Bennett will feel wounded after that. Wonderful 1-1-6. Just typical Martin Adams, taking out one shot at tops for a 2-1 lead in a break.
Throw first. Game on.
I was once told by a dart player who actually played here a couple of weeks
100.
ago, Gary Robson. I remember watching him play against Davy Richardson at the Northern Club in Ashington, up in Northumberland. And my mouth was
60.
aghast at the quality that I watched between those two going at it in a local competition. And I remember walking up to Gary and I said, what a game that was.
140.
And he uttered some words that I've never forgotten. He said, that was a separating the men from the boys game. And at that point, I wondered if I could ever be that good. You may wonder why I brought that up.
76.
This may not be to the level of separating a men from the boys game, but I guarantee you that both of these players have been big
95.
men in the game, separating themselves from the boys for many, many years. And those 1-1-6 shots, like the one that we saw from Martin Adams in the previous leg, that for me is the kind of shot when your opponent is on a 2-darter, that separates you from the rest of the pack when it comes to quality.
83.
Bennett is starting to lose ground.
Martin, you require 45.
And Adams has got no pressure on him. There's no stress on his face.
29.
But he will be flummoxed as
Richie,
to how
require
he did not take that
83.
45 checkout. Big time chance here to respond. He guarantees the shot.
48.
But doesn't get close.
Martin,
It's more of an
require
aftershock
16.
as opposed to an earthquake on the centre of the board. But it's double 8. Is that a help?
No score.
It was not.
Richie, require 35.
Double 16 to draw level. And
Yeah,
he
you
is
shot on the
hanging
fourth
on to the
leg.
possibility
Richie Burnett.
of getting through this group at the top by the skin of his teeth, because it is that fine. Down to a best of 3 scenario then.
Fifth leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on. $97.
Just looking back through the years at these two and their ranking meetings, they've of course met each other plenty of times here this year, and we've talked about that a lot over the last couple of days.
44.
But let's turn the clock back a little bit towards the 1990s. Richie Burnett won 3 of their 4 meetings in the 1990s
100.
that are recorded anyway. They played in Wales a couple of times, both won by Richie. One of them in a final in 1995. 2 sets to 1.
125.
Averaging around about 90, which back then was the benchmark. Richie also beat Martin in the Welsh Classic final in 1999.
41.
But the one win that Martin got over Richie back then, it was by 7 legs to 0 in the Brandstaff Masters in the group phase. And they have also had
95.
a meeting in the British Internationals back in 1994. Coincidentally, in that 3-0 win, Richie averaged 115. Just a small matter of 115.
99.
Nice little trip down memory lane there. And those statistics were brought to you by the great Jacques Nulat from the Netherlands.
140.
Mr. Darts
Richie
in the
require
Netherlands. Never fails.
164.
That would have been something very pretty indeed if he'd have found it.
58.
But he didn't get that close, did he?
Martin, you require 97.
Same first bed. Didn't even think about double-double. He's cut from a very
57.
traditional cloth.
Richie require 106.
Can he respond? 87 required.
87 left, yeah.
Did he think that he needed 116 there? That's why he went 19s.
36.
Because I've never seen Richie Burnett go 19s
Martin, you
first on
require
106.
Game
It
shot
doesn't
on the
matter
fifth
because
leg.
that central
Martin
double top
Adams.
gives Martin Adams the lead, and it also gives him the opportunity to serve this one out by 4 legs to 2. And if he does that, he will do his own chances of making the top 4 a lot of good.
Sixth leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
Earlier in the year, we were coining the phrase the king of brinkmanship,
100.
and it was awarded to Danny Baggish of the United States because of his escapades on the last day of Q School. Well, if Richie Burnett can win the group from this position, this would be something.
93.
Because he has to win the last 2 legs of this contest. He needs Jared to win in the next match against Gary Stone. Then he'll need to win in the last match. He's effectively staring in the face
70.
the exit door. He doesn't like that first dart because he can't build on it. Little did he know
100.
he was going to get a treble anyway. And this is exactly the position where you need to know what to do from 308. You must
100.
go 18s first. The only other way is 260s, then 18s.
140.
Should have gone 18s with the last dart, Richie. Now, if Martin takes 231 and 6, which he's not going to do, so Richie's got a bit fortunate there. Richie would have been scorned by leaving that bogey number. So he is getting that little slice of fortune that he...
140.
Does he deserve it? I'll leave that up to the judges on that one. But he has left 28. He scored 280 points in the last 6 darts to leave this shot.
140.
My advice to you, Richie, is
28.
don't miss it.
Game
And he
shot
hasn't,
the
so we're
sixth
going
leg.
all the way for this
Richie
one.
Burnett.
It's all down to one leg to see what the destiny is of Richie Burnett in this group. So if he wins, he still has a chance. If he loses, he's not going to win the group.
7th and final leg. It's Richie to throw first. Game on.
It was 4-3 when they played
140.
yesterday. And it was 4-2 when they played on Monday. So very reminiscent of what happened on Tuesday. The averages aren't as impressive as Game 6 on
125.
Tuesday. That has to be said. The winning average on that occasion for Martin was 95. And he is currently averaging 89.
140.
But it's Richie's turn to have the start in leg 7. And he's used it really, really well with 2 140s. But look at that for a response.
180.
2 140s from Bennett. A 180 and a 125 from the former England captain. This is why they are two greats of the game, being able to do this in a last leg decider.
140.
And Richie triple dips on the 140s.
85.
Great last start.
Richie requires
But it's Bennett
81.
who deserves this chance. Neither player has had a match start up until this point.
Game,
Wow,
shot,
what a
and
leg.
match. Richie
An 11
Burnett.
darter from Richie Burnett, equalising the best leg of the weekend for the very first time this year. He shows us that celebration which we saw back in 1995. And of course, the way he graced the stage the following year against Steve Beaton in 1996. But the 11 darter gives him a superb average of 95, 57% on the doubles. But that last leg, how good was that? We have one last twist to go, potentially. If Gary Stone wins the next match, he wins the group. If he loses, well, it could be either Beness or Bennett. Final furlong time here in Group A. I really hope you've enjoyed today's action. I know I have, but there are only 3 matches to go, and as far as this group is concerned, and the winner, might just be 1 game left. It all comes down to this for Gary Stone. He might just have the 1 game left, but he has that huge leg difference advantage over Kevin Burness. And if he wins, he's out of reach. Kevin Bennett can only get to 20 points and +9. But of course, any win will get Gary Stone to a minimum of +13. Richie Burnett, who is still possibly going to win this group,
to throw first. Game on.
Needs that 1 favour now. And that favour has to come from Jared.
100.
The ideal scenario for Bennett is a heavy defeat for Gary Stone in the same fashion
91.
that he suffered yesterday at this very point. Gary Stone yesterday played match 13 and lost 4-0, but he was playing Richie Burnett. He wasn't
60.
playing Jared Cole, who has not won a game today. All of the form, all of the likelihoods,
100.
all of the head-to-heads, they all point to a Gary Stone win. He's got more points. He's got a better leg difference. He's got a 2-0
99.
record against Jared this week. He's played better today. In fact, in average terms,
100.
he's played better than Jared by 12 points. That's an eternity.
140.
We'll run through the daily averages and some of the stats in the next leg, but first let's have a look and see if
72.
Gary Stone can take this first leg in 15 darts.
102.
Could do on tops.
62.
Good try.
Jared, you require 138. 86.
Decent leave.
Gary,
You
you
would
require
expect Gary
40.
to take the lead. But does he?
Game shot
Yes,
on the
he
first
does.
leg.
Third
Gary
dart
Stone.
gives him an 18 dart start, and he won't care whether it's 18 darts or 38 darts for a leg, as long as he gets the 4 he requires.
Second leg, it's Jared throwing first.
So let's have a look at the averages for the day. Robert Owen
97.
is averaging more than anybody else at 95.01. Huge improvement from him today. Richie Burnett 94.51
140.
and Gary 94.18. Those 3 players are drastically better than the other 3.
100.
The others are all in the 80s, but Jared is a good 6 adrift of anybody else. It really hasn't been his day.
60.
He's also bottom of the double statistics for the day on 25%, with Richie Burnett atop those statistics with 39.39%.
60.
That's very good. Gary's improved today, 38.2% on his doubles. As far as the 180s are concerned, we've
58.
had 28 today. So we've got to go some to get the same amount as yesterday, which was 40. As per the first 2 days of the week,
60.
Kevin Burness is atop those standings with 8. But he's still got a match to go against Richie Burnett, who's in second position on 7.
100.
The 2 lowest 180 hitters are in this match. They've both got 2. That has been a problem for Jared all day long. That first start has been
58.
too low.
Gary,
He's been switching to those 19 beds
143.
all too often.
$43. Jared, you require
Now Jared.
126.
This is the time where you start on the 19s. Bullseye.
101.
Ooh, that's close.
Gary, you require 100.
Double top. Can he get double 10? Oh,
80.
that's close as well. When that came out of his hand, I assure you, he thought that was in. It just dropped out of the sky.
Game shot
And that one has
leg.
plopped into double 8. So it is 1-1, and the plot thickens as we go into a best-of-5 scenario. But Gary Stone remains in the advantage with the throw.
Third leg, it's Gary to throw first.
When he was 3-0 up against Wolfie, he did have 2 breaks of throw. And he didn't have the darts in the last leg.
100.
They're the games that take real character. They age you. Well, you've let the lead slip and you somehow
61.
have to muster up a bit of strength to just get over the line. I've been there myself. Played Terry Jenkins in the UK Open 3 years ago. I was 5-0 up. Next thing you know, it's 5-5. And I had to survive match darts from Terry, and the overriding emotion at the end was just relief.
140.
And Jared Cole do that favour for not just Richie Burnett, but for Kevin Benness as well.
171.
What an approach that is from Gary Stone.
Jared to require 161.
60 for bull. For the bull. Oh, Jared, what have you just done?
Jericho.
Gary Stone is going to be shocked, as am I. Where did that come from? What a checkout. What a time to do it. And what a break of throw. Gary Stone is cold.
125.
There was a hush over the Online Darts Live League right there. That one left me cold, and I'm not even playing in this game. That's not his biggest checkout of the week. He does have a 167. The dart slipped out of his hand there. That was not forward motion, so he does get to throw it.
122.
I think we're all still reeling from that finish. If Gary is not going to win this group,
60.
It might well be because of that shot. What has happened to Jared Cole in the last 2 minutes?
132.
He's turned into a completely different player.
$59.
He hasn't won a game all day.
122.
But his average is almost 100 now. And he's speeding up.
54.
He's gone into overdrive. He's letting his darting talent just do the talk, and he's not thinking at all.
45.
And Gary is caught in the crossroads. Double 4.
64.
He'll be back. He's got plenty of time.
$40. Jared, you require 4.
Double 2 to be 3-1 up. From the left-hand side, he finds double 2, and Gary Stone has now got to do what Martin Adams did to him. Win the last 3 legs. In that case, it was 4, but this time, Gary, you've got to put the 3 together.
60.
It's not as if Gary Stone can rely on someone doing him a favour. He doesn't have that in the bank. Because Burness and Bennett are playing each other. Which means that the winner will top the group.
80.
And that's very symptomatic of how things have gone for Gary the last 5-6 minutes.
97.
Jared Cole looking to upset the phone book with his best performance of the day by quite some distance.
60.
And he's got the darts as well on the Gary Stone throw.
100. 44.
I would usually say at this point that Beness and Burnett would offer Jared Cole a libation in return for what he's doing to Gary Stone, but
64.
he's not even that old. He might want some Pokemon cards instead. It doesn't really matter what Gary Stone does here. He finds his third maximum of the day and the only maximum of this match, but it might be his last shot in Group A. Went for the 60 option
60.
and just missed out on it.
Gary requires 77.
So Jared hasn't had a match start yet, and Gary can deny him another one in this leg,
57.
but he's not able to do so.
Jared require 40.
So double top. And
Game,
Gary Stone is
shots,
not going to
and
win
the
Group
match.
A because
Jared
it's going
Cole.
to be the winner of match 15. What a performance from JC right there. But that 161 checkout, it was remarkable. 51 first, then the bull at the end. It was, without a doubt, the best three darts he has thrown all day long, and he did deserve to win the match. He got 50% of his checkouts, and that 91.99 average, a best performance of the day. So he's done as far as this day is concerned. We're going to turn our attention away from that a little bit, because Jared Cole, with that win, is assured of being in Group B, and these two are assured of being in Group C. So Owen and Adams is next. Hello and welcome back to the penultimate game of Group A. I've just done some more sums and there is still a possibility for Gary Stone to get through, but we'll get more into that in a second. It's going to have to be very precise for the Scot, but it's no longer in his hands. You can see the leg difference is still in his favour, and he could do with a Kevin Benness win in the next one, but only by a certain margin. That's my mistake. I was getting way too excited for Jared Cole and that performance, which he's just put in. But what we do know now with Jared Cole on 14 points is that neither of these players can be promoted to Group B. So this match will take place over the next 7 legs, potentially. And then
100.
These guys will play each other again tomorrow morning and on Friday morning.
$62. 60.
It's been 1-1 over the last couple of days. And I think that's pretty fair. It's been up and down for these two. They've had a fair story to tell.
100.
Robert having a bit of a nightmare day yesterday. He was very much in the mix after Monday. But a bad Tuesday, and he has been relegated to the bottom 2. But he knows how to get through multiple groups in 1 week to make the finals, because that's exactly what he did in week 1. He didn't make it through Group A, but he did make it through Group B, and then he ended up winning the week. He's just going to have to do it a slightly different way. I'm not going to cast aspersions Robert's way for leaving 159, because let's face it, he had a 180 to leave it.
93.
I actually don't mind him going that route as well, because these days there's a school of thought about leaving the highest possible double. And I think going for the treble 13 there is a 50-50 play. He'd much rather be leaving 66 maybe than having an odd number double. He's got double 14. And he's found it as well. That is a somewhat unconventional way to get 66 points, but as long as they add up in the end, he's found a treble and 2 doubles. You flashy little so-and-so. And he almost hit double 11 in the process.
Game on. $83.
I can't help but think about the next match, because Richie Burnett, who at no
81.
point in this table has ever led the way. If he beats Benness,
100.
He's going to top it at the very end. You get those darts matches now and again where someone has never led.
140.
But the only time they do is the very last dart. And they're really sickening when you lose them. They're great when you win them. But imagine, after
81.
3 days of play, 45 best of 7 matches, you have not led the table, and then you do so with the very last
93.
dart of the group. That is now a possibility. Everything that needed to go Richie's way today has gone his way so far.
47.
We'll work out the exact permutations for Gary Stone and indeed Kevin Benness
85.
before the next match begins, because even with a Benness win, he might not overtake Gary Stone because of the leg difference. There's 4 between them.
60.
So if Benness does not win 4-0, he can't top the table. Double 16.
Game shot on the second.
Beautiful,
leg.
102. That is the way you do it, folks. And in the words of the great John Gwynn, who I hope is very well. Hello, John. That's how you play darts, folks.
Third leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
Haven't spoken to John in quite a while. I hope his treatment for cancer has gone swimmingly. Wherever you are, John, whatever you're doing, I hope you're well.
140.
And I know the entire darting family is wishing you well as well.
$24.
Are the wheels about to fall off when it comes to Robert Owen, who currently sits in 5th position in the table, and nobody wants to finish bottom.
60.
But Adams is there right now on leg difference on -11. Robert on -10. As it stands now, Jared Cole will go to Group B, and he will be in the same group as Chaz Barstow and Nick Fulwell. That's 3 of the players for Group B. The other two are yet to be decided.
135.
But Group C is now finalised. Chris Gilliland, Connor Scott, Johnny Haynes, Rob Collins, Robert Owen and Martin Adams. They are your 6 players from 9:30 a.m. tomorrow.
60.
Local time, of course, because you may be tuning in internationally. If you are, you should get in touch with us and let us know where you're watching from. We'd love to hear from you. At Darts Live League on Twitter, and
98.
myself at the Asset 180. But I'm not here tomorrow and on Friday or Saturday. That's Chris Murphy who will look after you, give you all the relevant statistics and the permutations, and hopefully he will not say that
43.
Gary Stone is out of the group when he wasn't.
Martin requires 68.
That's on me. That's my bad. Double 16 once again.
36.
Not to be this time, but he has a slender lead of 301. Somewhat cut in half
Martin
there.
require 32.
As Martin takes a 2-1 lead,
Martin
that is
Adams.
on the throw, so Robert has to respond in leg 4, and if he doesn't, he could be on the end of another defeat on a day where Robert has shown signs of improvement.
4th leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
If he's going to cling to something after today, it has to be that performance against Gary Stone, which was remarkable.
140.
Particularly the last 2 legs. If you weren't tuning in for that at around about 10 a.m. this morning, you missed a treat. He finished that match in 11 and 12 darts.
140.
Gary Stone was shell-shocked by those 2 legs in similar fashion to that 161 checkout by Jared Cole in the last match.
$60.
Penny for the thoughts of Gary Stone right now.
60.
For the first time in a while, the destiny of this table is not in his hands. That's a horrible feeling. I remember that last year. I was playing in a weekly
41.
table and I was at the top going into the Saturday. I knew that it was in my hands to start with, but I needed a little bit of help in the end, and I eventually did get it done to win an entire week. That was, from a playing perspective, my biggest achievement of 2020.
$45. Robert, you require
Robert
40.
has responded in the way that I said he should at the end of the last leg when he lost it. Double 5.
30.
That's an aggressive play. A lot of people might have split the whole thing, or indeed binned the shot and gone back to tops instead of having an odd number double.
100. Robert, you require 10.
Well, as we say in darts, you left it. And that's why a lot of people would have bust the shot.
6.
So now Adams gets a shot
Martin, you require
that he will fancy.
150.
He's taken 102 and 116 in his last couple of matches. But he's not going to take this one.
39.
There's a bit of bad fortune. You don't see many of Martin's darts falling out the board.
Robert, you require 4.
This has all got a bit scruffy. But that's a great lie.
2.
Oh, but he can't find it.
Martin, you require 76.
Single 16. Right in the middle.
36.
Not quite on the tops, though.
Robert, you require 2.
I said it was a scruffy leg. I wasn't kidding. Double 1.
Game shot.
Oh, and how has that gone in?
Robert Owen.
If you understand the way that Robert Owen's darts sit in the board, you will probably scratch your head for a good minute wondering how he could possibly get that underneath
Fifth
the
leg,
guide.
it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
Of all of the darts today, I want to see that one in slow motion. Because maybe it will educate me as to how it got into that green bit. Because I haven't got a clue how it got in there.
44.
This is a position that he held against Gary Stone earlier. He was 2-2, and this is where he put his foot down. He needs to do the same again because Martin has the throw, but unfortunately for Martin,
26.
he only has bed and breakfast, 2 and 6. It's happening again. He's finding the maximums.
180.
First one of the match. Right there. Is this the second?
140.
Not quite. Robert with his 7th maximum of the day. Martin's got the 3. You would expect Martin to get more than 3 to this point. I don't think it's been the biggest maximum shooting day. But from an average perspective, things have been much better. Robert Owen, coming
100.
into this match, was averaging
Robert,
the highest at a shade over 95. And he's still in the bottom 2.
Game
But he is
shot
3-2 up.
leg.
And he's looking to finish the match off by 4 legs to 2 with the throw. Look at this double 12 right here, right in the corner. Right in the corner. Nobody's going to save that one.
6th leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
The golden word in darts these days,
60.
when you know you've got the talent, is consistency. And you would have to say that the winner of this week, who will bank a cool £7,000 on Sunday morning, will have been very
60.
consistent. You could say that all you have to do is get through to Saturday
180.
and do enough on finals night. Well, so far in this one, Robert is doing enough. He's got Martin exactly where he wants him. Adrift by 120. Darts in hand to make that gap even wider. That was an aggressive play. He didn't want to use the 18s or indeed something else to guarantee the shot. He wanted to be aggressive on that 57, and it was exactly the right thing to do, I feel, with such a big lead.
140. Robert, you require 127.
He's got at least 6 from here to get his 3rd win of the day. Double 8.
111.
Look at his average, and I'm amazed it's only 87. It really does feel like he's played a lot better than that today.
Robert, you require 16.
Double 8. Double 2 again.
12.
Not meant to be on that occasion. I don't think Martin's too pleased with the way he's played in this match. But he can be pleased with that visit. That was great.
Robert, you require 4.
Great pressure on someone who has not hit double 2.
Game,
but he has now for that 4-2 victory. So it is Martin Adams who finishes in 6th position in the table. But both of them, they will finish in the bottom 2 and go through to Group C. As you can see, the average is in the mid-80s. Not their best efforts. for me, Robert Owen's performance seemed a lot better than that. I'm not really sure what actually held him back. Maybe it was the doubles in, of course, the fourth leg. But we are going to take a short break before we go into the final match of the group, and it all comes down to this. We could have, possibly, a winner coming right now. After 44 matches in Group A, it all comes down to this. And this is the ideal scenario, isn't it? When it comes to Group A, especially in Champions Week. It is a shootout. Whoever wins, wins the group. We couldn't have scheduled it any better. But you have Gary Stone at the top position now. He's not going to stay there. For a moment in the last match, I thought that Gary Stone had a chance, but I was wrong.
First leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Not the first time I'll be wrong, and not the last. So it's best of 7 legs, and whoever wins it will play on Saturday night.
137.
The loser of this game might play on Saturday night, but they'll have to work their way through Group B instead.
180.
What a start this is. What could we possibly get from this game?
140.
It could give us anything. $100. 4 players are finished for the day. And the winner of this game is also going to win the daily table. We have 3 players currently on 6 points, 2 players on 4, and Jared Cole will finish at the bottom position for the day after being top yesterday.
100.
Robert Owen has finished in
Kevin,
5th position.
124.
But who's going to finish first? Single 14. Oh, Kevin, what are you doing?
92.
You're dicing with death there, my friend.
Richie require 121.
I'm not sure that was the right thing to do at all. Should have gone for 14 bull. Should have gone 14 bull, Kevin.
96.
Oh, he's got away with it.
Kevin, you require 32.
Can he hit double 8?
24.
And the last start misses as well.
Richie require 25.
9 for double 8.
Nine.
And he can't find that. 5 visits each, and neither can take
Kevin,
the first leg.
require 8.
You can feel the tension on this one.
Game
But
shot
it's
on the
there, and
first
Kevin
leg.
Burness gets the
Kevin
first hold of
Burness.
throw. So even with Richie Burnett finding a maximum with his first visit of this final match, he can't find the double.
Second leg, it's Richie to throw first.
In matches like this, you're going to see every single piece of joy
100.
and pain from the great Welshman. Kevin Benness doesn't show as much emotion,
100.
so he will be like a swan. He will feel pressure. He won't want to play the next couple of days.
100.
He wants the big G. He wants the guarantee that he's playing on Saturday for the big dollars. He wants to get his first phase win.
190. $100.
Kevin Benness has been a very, very solid player all year long.
60.
He has been to the Champions Week finals before. That was in phase 3. He came 4th. He lost out to Jim Williams, Fallon Sherrick and Martin Thomas that day. Bennett has won phase 2.
137. Kevin, you require 161.
Massive pressure on the 64 now.
Richie, you require 64.
Boy, does Benness want this break. Is it going to be pain or is it going to be joy?
32.
It's pain.
Kevin, you require 24.
Double 12. I'm holding my breath.
Game
Oh,
shot
it's
second
right in the
leg.
corner.
Kevin Burnett.
But that's why we've got the wires on the dartboard to separate the mediocre from the brilliant. And it was just good enough to get that break of throw.
Third leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Kevin has experience of winning weeks.
90.
He won 2 weekly titles in phase 1. He had to wait a little bit of time to get another one, but he got it in phase 3 in week 3. So he can get the whole week done.
59.
He has form of getting to finals and getting things done. He's got the jump on Bennett here.
137.
And he's also stopped a bit of a trend. That trend being Bennett winning to 0 in his last game of the day this week. He has beaten Kevin Burness and Gary Stone, his 2 closest rivals this week, in his last game of the day without failing
70.
at all the last couple of days, but not today. But this is the ultimate test for Burness. He's got to be patient.
85.
And just chip away. And if he does, he might erode the confidence of Bennett, who by the minute is more likely to be playing tomorrow and Friday than Kevin is.
100. 99.
It's good. I'll be very curious to see which way he goes. It's no secret that we think that Iron Man is not the strongest counter. But sometimes you don't have to be.
60.
And in this position, he doesn't have to be because he's got at least 6
Kevin,
darts.
you require 90.
Doesn't have to go double-double there, and I'm not really sure why he
54.
did. He's almost proved my point as to his tactical and counting prowess. The right thing to do there was to try and leave
100.
tops, maybe.
Kevin, you require 36.
Well, he left it, and he's now got double 16. And it hasn't worked.
Richie, you require 112.
This is a game changer. Still got 97 with 2.
97 left, yeah.
No joy. The line has let him down the last couple of darts.
72. Kevin, you require 8.
Double 4.
Game
Oh,
shot
that's
on the
huge.
third leg.
Gets
Kevin
it on the
Burnett.
third dart. It's not a classic leg. It's not a classic match by any means, but Kevin Benness will not care. He now has so many opportunities to get the job done.
Fourth leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
Now, if you are in Richie Burnett's shoes, you have to start looking at how he could possibly get through this.
140.
Someone has won from 3-0 down today. And that was Gary Stone's loss because he lost to Martin Adams from 3-0 up. But Bennett, full credit. Facing a 140 start from Bennett.
60.
And he comes up with a maximum. He's effectively taken the darts away. And one thing Bennett has done very well in the past is close out things like this. When given the chance, he just runs across the line. He doesn't walk.
140.
Still retains the darts. Should go 25.
65.
Sensible.
Richie, you require 161.
Could we see another 161? Another one?
Game
Oh,
shot,
that's
fourth leg.
extraordinary.
Richie Burnett.
Oh, I have no words. I have absolutely no words for that. The second 161 we have seen in the last couple of matches. We saw one
Fifth
from
leg,
Jared
it's Kevin
Cole,
to throw
which
first.
shook
Game on.
Gary Stone to his heels. But that one denied Kevin Burness a group winning 96.
60.
Just when you think this thing could not get more interesting. This is edge of the cliff stuff now.
140.
He's staring at a place in Group B. And he's just said, not yet.
132.
Splendid brinkmanship. He has had chances in this match. The only double he's hit was that bullseye out of 5 attempts.
137.
But Beness is not hanging around. The difference in this leg is that Kevin has the throw, but for how long?
140.
Oh, I think that was almost a triple Lutz from Richie Burnett there. Got to go downstairs.
94.
Can Richie Burnett find another finish?
Require 98.
This is to get one of 2 breaks he needs. 83 more. So for the first time, Kevin Beness has the chance to close it out.
Kevin
to win the group
78.
with 20 points. Double 12.
72.
He's missed both of them. And Bennett gets the reprieve that he
56.
hoped for in this leg. He might need more of them. Tops.
Game shot
Oh,
on the
that's
5th
perfect.
leg. Richie Burnett.
And Benness has got to go all the way back to 501. He was within 6 points of victory in the group, and now he's got 495 more of them.
Richie to throw first. Game on.
I have to emphasize what I'm about to say because it's absolutely true. At the start of play today,
96.
Richie Burnett was in 4th place. He had 10 points. He was 4 points behind Gary Stone.
100.
The one thing that held him up there was his leg difference. Since match 1, everything has gone his way.
190.
He did suffer a loss to Gary Stone by 4 legs to 1.
100.
But every result has kept him in it in the smallest margins possible. He's got 2 maximums in this match, and so has Kevin Burness. But somehow Richie Burnett is still swimming here. And the average has gone over 100 for the first time.
42. Richie require 85.
Kevin does have the darts in leg 7. And I sense he's going to need them. Double 16 for a level game, for a 1-leg shootout. That's where we're going. This entire group will be decided over 1 leg of darts, a 501 straight start, bullseye to count as double. You couldn't possibly take it any further.
Kevin to throw first. Game on.
45 games.
60.
6 players. 1 leg to see who gets the final spot. I'm nervous just watching it. Someone is going to be crestfallen.
41.
Does Bennett have something left? Can Benness bounce back after missing 2 match darts?
100.
This is where steady darts really come into their own. Tons are good here. I know there is the chance that they can get it through Group B in the next couple of days, but I assure you, they do not want to play.
140.
They want to get through. They want that ticket. They want the days off. They want to be fresh for Saturday. And he needs them all.
140.
Almost gets the lot. He needs mistakes and has needed mistakes from Burness from the start of this leg because he had the darts.
60.
Is that an error? I'm not so sure it is. He's not going to make his way into a finishing area. So 6 darts from 141.
Kevin, you require 141.
He'd have taken that at the start of the leg, I assure you. 62 remain with 1 dart.
109.
And he's now assured of coming back to the hockey with 3 darts at 32. What kind of pressure can there be? 120 or 117 is all he can leave.
57.
He's going to have to settle for 160.
Kevin, you require 32.
To get over the line and to win the group. He has won the group with his 4th dart, and he's got it done eventually. Oh, that went all the way to the wire. You could see the relief on the face of Kevin Burness. He didn't want to be that player who missed 2 match darts and eventually lost that game after being 3-0 up. Well, he has won it, and he is going to be playing on Saturday night for that £7,000 cheque. You can see the averages don't really reflect that game. It was all about what was happening on the hockey there between the Northern Irishman and the Welshman. You'll see more of Richie Burnett tomorrow night and on Friday night. He will play in Group B. And, of course, Martin Adams and Robert Owen will play in Group C. Jared Cole will progress, of course, to Group B as well. Thank you for your company the last 3 days. I've been Paul the Asset Nicholson. You'll have Chris Murphy in the chair tomorrow as we get confirmation of Kevin Burness there. Gary Stone will also be in Group B, which will be from 10 p.m. tomorrow night on the Online Darts YouTube channel and via Sporty Stuff TV here in the UK. Thank you for your company the last 3 days. I will see you on Monday for the start of Phase 5. But before then, who's going to get through to the finals? And who's going to be your champion of Phase 4? You'll have to keep it here to find out. But as for me, I'll see you next week.